My god, like what is start of the day? Yeah. Again tired, like super tired. So what happened? We get a patch for the game. We got a patch. I don't know what the patch about, but hopefully they did fix that space rat quest. Uh, There was no patch notes on my game pass account client. Are we close? Are we close to finishing the game, by the way? We're close to finishing the game. So today, tomorrow. Okay, there's something starting over here already. You ran to Seraphim in the cockpit, surprised to see him back already. He looks a little sheepish. Why this starting? I had one more day here to pass in order to interact with him. That's a patch thing, is it? Just needed to grab something. He grins. Marco has been... Suddenly we both freeze as a strange sound echoes through the rig. It sounds like a muffled crash, an impact reverberating from the back of the ship, but there is a wetness to it, a spattering cascade that sounds like nothing else you have heard. The sounds makes you rush to the corridor, and that's where you see it, a cloud of food, packets, and pieces spilling out into the corridor, looped around by the expanding stingy shapes of liquid rations, leaking from the pouches. What's there? Seraphim is at your shoulder. The supply store. He pushes past the rushes and rushes through the corridor, baiting away debris and dust. You follow behind, ducking under the twist arms of amber liquid and the waste spatter lazily on the interior walls of the passage. So this is about the space rat quest. They actually did fix it. Okay. You find Seraphim in the doorway to the supply store, serving the chaos. The crates have been smashed into each other with a serious force and are spilling into the air, where the food reels in some unseen current. How could the creature have done this? Look, Seraphim nods and bends back the vent panel. Under one of the crates, which is pumping out air with incredible force, is the main life support feed from the air recycler. He goes over it and inspects the panel. It's been clawed open. He points to the evenly spaced marks on the outside. There were some screws missing. He taps the empty holes. Can't have taken much to lever it open. Dude, like, I mean, space rats are smart. Hail, mighty hero, welcome Azimum. Greetings. Welcome, mate. 39 months. Continuous support. More than 3 years. Like, super appreciated. Super appreciated. Thanks, mate.
Oster2 greetings, Oster2 mastered.
Welcome. We played here the just visual novel game in settings similar to Soma game, if you heard about it. You're playing for a robot kind of thing with human mind inside, alright? But it's in space, and we're trying to escape some mafia clan that was controlling me. So the story pretty interesting. The gameplay, well, the gameplay is visual novel stylish. That's what we're doing. But I do enjoy it. We haven't been playing any story-driven like this game probably ever. Right? There was a Pathfinder that was close to it, with a lot of reading, but a Pathfinder is also gameplay-driven as well. We have a bigger gameplay. This one is about a risk manager. All gameplay here is a risk management, like trying to weigh your decisions, and you playing with the dice. You need to manage the risk in a process. So there are some skills and stuff. The short stuff, like what are we doing here? Short summary. And now he's just hunting some space rats. Then you hear it. A shrill mew from behind you in corridor. Wait, a shrill mew? This is not the space rat. This is not a fucking space rat. This is the cat. Well, okay. To be honest, I saw the cat picture on the sheep, right? On that poster, but I saw they hired a cat to hunt the space rats that were like stealing my supplies. No, it was a cat all along, and a black one. I had one like this back in the days. Framed by the doorway, a cat drifts through the air, battling at the food pouches. The stray barely acknowledges you as it moves past, angling its body to catch the droplets of liquid that are released from the packet. I tried to feed him. The quest bugged out. And I was like super dissatisfied about this. I came back today, they fixed the quest, but they fixed it in a way that we starved the cat. Alright, so he was not receiving the food. What the hell is that? The Seraphim hisses question comes from his behind you. Well, it's a cat. What's a cat? Seraphim says the word strangely. You both lean out of the doorway to see where the stray went. Hey there, girl. The bliss floats in the corridor, beckoning. They hold up the hands of the cat and can see them. I'm not here to take those rations away, alright? You both watches the stray twist balletically through the air, flexing as it floats and using its claws to catch one of the corridor's reinforcing ribs. Then it swings itself to the wall where it's perched and watches Bliss with his big eyes. The comfort of its movement is zero-G striking in, and you realize you have never seen an animal navigate in microgravity before. Like, yeah, I'm now interested, like, how the cats would behave in zero-G. Alright, do they have cats on space stations? That's a cat. The Seraphim is watching quietly now too, fascinated by the creature. I thought they would be bigger. So you never see the cat before? Where would I have seen a cat? Seraphim looks at you. Come to think of it. Where have you seen a cat? The question makes you pause. Where have you seen a cat? Not in the belt, not in zero-G. You close your eyes and bring to mind the faint image of a cat stretching in the sun. Somewhere warm, somewhere with a weight, with a gravity. You touch the fur of its back and it reacts, sliding against your hand. Careful! The Seraphim hisses warning and brings you back. Bliss is reaching out to the stray. Shh! You'll scare her! Bliss makes a turtling sound. We had a cat's back on the eye, but they were in spin gravity there. The stray's big eyes watch Bliss' hands as it approaches. When they touch the top of her head, the stray does not move, does not react. Look at her leg. The Bliss nods to the sleeves of the cat. She's been hurt before and taken care of. She's really scared. You see a cat is gently trembling with the Bliss touch, but slowly she settles and angles her head of a Bliss to scratch her ear. The moment brings back the mysterious memory. What is origin? Focusing on it makes your skin tremble, a shiver running up your arms. So basically, if he remembers some cat in the gravity, as a human, he was living somewhere on a planet, and they took him away or something, and make him into sleeper, put his mind into the robot. It's ruined all our supplies. The Seraphim is looking back into the supply store now. None of this is usable. She tore open the vent and ruined it all. You can't blame her for that. The Bliss is floating beside the stray now, gently petting her. We let her get desperate, and she couldn't have known the vent would do that. That's maybe true, but we can risk this happening again. What if we'd been on a contract? The Seraphim gives Bliss a reproachful look. We can't keep it. The Bliss shakes her head. She's a stray. She needs a home, right, Slipper? Bliss look at you. Yeah, we definitely keep a cat, dude. If that was a space rats, I would have a stern talk with Zeus. Alright. I was genuinely under the impression we were gonna be like buy a cat or something to fight these rats. But we actually have a cat all the way. The Bliss smiles widely, unable to contain the excitement. You won't regret it. They look at a Seraphim. Plus, the rig is already full of stray as it is. I guess it is. Seraphim conceded. You have to feed her, Sir Slipper. She's your responsibility. He eyes the stray. I never saw the cat could eat so much. The Seraphim right. Look like you need to keep feeding the stray even few cycles if you want her to stick around. This is going to be expensive. Well, it is expensive. I can't feed my cat here. Thankfully, my family taking care of that. He's became the family cat now. Yeah, cats are worth it. Seraphim reached out sheepishly towards the stray. As he does, the cat bats playfully at his hand as he pulls it away. If you say so, he signs. I'm not really used to animals. He watches Bliss tries to get Seraphim to pet the stray properly, guiding his hand to its ears for a scratch and explaining how to approach her. As you do, the memory of that other cat runs through your mind. It feels like a raw wound, one that if you touch it, will only bring pain. But you can't help but to pick at it, knowing that its mind contains some distant part of you. Well, at least we got a skill points out of it. Alright, made home for a stowaway. And we do have one more day here to... Before the event with the Seraphim happening. Alright, so... How do we feed a cat? Okay, feed a stray over there. So now that you are familiar with the stray, you can feed her directly, but she is still a little nervous around the crew. Okay, let's see. Well, that's a waste of supplies, is it? That's a waste of supplies. Thankfully, we don't starve on cash, so we're good. Okay, so we have this main quest with the cadet. Alright. We didn't roll any good dice here. There was a TS6, but... Yeah, we need to try to roll with this. Okay, the positive outcome. That's pretty good. Another positive outcome. That's very good. Alright, so we cracking the drive and trying to learn what happened to the Hexaport, why he's exploded. Only 2 quests left. So today we're probably gonna be finishing this. The cadet catches your eye as you look over at her. What is this? She takes the end of the metal chopstick she had been chewing on out of her mouth. Got something? Cadet had given up already for the cycle, and while we were cracking the drive's complex encryption on her friend's workstation, she had been floating in the middle of a small workshop, pinging bits of scraps to the shelf on the wall. Okay, the music here is a little bit too loud, but it's on the proper settings here. Now, she spins in the air and pushes off from the ceiling, spinning as she glides so she lands perfectly behind you, leaning over the terminal screen. As she does, you hit a key, executing the final decryption process. Slick! She goes to ruffle your hair, but you don't have any. Yeah, I do have a little bit hair, like just, you know, to the side here and there. Just a little bit. Instead, she just wobbles your head playfully. What we got? With the cadet handling over your shoulder, you try to concentrate on the data spooling across the screen. The first thing that catches your eye is a steady repetition of C vexed as identifier for the Conway extraction. The behemoth conglomerate currently waging a corporate war with a Senate star in the inner system. Why Conway? What is this data? You stop the scroll looking for details. Hit that thing. Cadet poked at the screen and making it wobble. You dutifully click. A comment expanded in the code, a note left by someone. It mentioned tests and the protocols, discussed reverse engineering and carried signals. You close in and find another. Drone latency, another. Security bypass, one more. Kill switch. It takes a long time. You and Cadet squints into the blue screen to build up a picture of what you are looking at. When you are done, both of you sit back, your eyes core, and your minds clogged with a technical terminology. Shit! Cadet shakes her head. They were dissecting it live. She's referring to the Conway drone mind. This stream of data was scrapped from. The huge volume of eternal data of the control systems, protocols, and passphrases. The kind of data you imagine was closely guarded by the Conway, kept secret to allow the smooth operation of the drones. So the drone exploded on the station? It's not my fault that I hacked into the system. Okay, that's at least something. This thing is some kind of a general or manager, right? Giving order out to all the little drones that works for it. The cadet screams. I always thought Conway controlled drones remotely, with people, those zero latency points interfaces, we heard about it. From what you know, Cadet is right. Conway is known for the novel solution to the scale and logistical problems of the surrogate systems. Extraction and security drones ships, piloted from a light years away with proprietary comms interfaces. A drone mind, what is coded is scrapped from, should be a kind of a distributor, a relay for the local drones that links to the closest guarded transmitter or receiver. But this data suggests otherwise. It suggests an active cognitive process, far more complex than any protocol you have heard of. A thinking machine. Maybe there's a sleepers. Maybe sleepers might put in the drone. The human minds into the drone. Well, could be. Look! Cadet jumps to the screen again. Is that? She squints. She sees a line in the data stream that reads simply, stop, get out, stop, get out, stop, get out. How did they do this? Cadet learned back. Everyone knows capturing Conway drones perch themselves on everything else in the couple of squares clicks around them and capture it. You rip the control core out of one, sure, you can disassemble it, but its system will be gone. This one was still running when they took it apart. It should have gone up like a tactical nuke the moment they started. She stopped suddenly. The fate of tech support jumped into her mind. Is that what happened? But how did they get all of this and get it out of on the drive? Silence fills the workshop. You look back to the screen unsure of the answers to Cadet's question. You feel a deep chill, one that you know has nothing to do with the temperature of the workshop. Dude, like, I know what happened. So, that guy who asked me for the ship mind, right, and we not deliver it, he was working. That's why his workshop had such a big security. He was working on this drone here, and then we cracked the security with the worm, and that's collapsed security around, like, that was keeping the drone safe. And basically we are responsible for blowing up station because we decided to steal instead of committed to the contract. Oh my god, like, decisions. Who the hell was doing this? The cadets scanned the code once more. Work out who did it. input. Obviously we're working with a skill that we don't even have any plus points into it. We have only 25% positive. I never got a positive result from any dialogues so far. Let's see how does go. Natural, obviously. You got back over the data. It's scrubbed clean. Not mention of who's scrapping the data. You got over it again. Nothing. Not a single clue. That thought starts to process in your mind. Who scraps data in this clean? Who wants Conway drone protocols? Sentinel Star? Or is that too simple? Too obvious for it to be a Conway's lone opponent in the system-wide war? It is possibility, so we say it out loud. Yeah, that's been my first guess too, Cadet Jones, but it's still a guess. We've been at this too long, she signs. I'm cooked. She pushes away from the terminal and float in the room, stretching out her aching back. We know they had this drone mined on the hexport. That's where they were cutting it, scrapping it. We know something happened and the hexport went up. She sketches her thoughts out in the air with a hand gesture as she summarizes it. The data got out on the drive, I'm assuming before the explosion, then got to the far spindle. Someone tried to carry it using me, but the receiver wasn't there. She turns and looks at you, which is when they ruined my life and my job trying to get it back. Well, we need more information for sure. Dude, like, I already cracked the data, but we're all natural result. Again, like, this is so infuriating. Like, there were so many dialogues, and in a bunch of them I have 25% chance to roll positive result. 0 positive results so far. It's ridiculous. Yeah, she signs, we do. She floats over to the drive and picks it up. This thing has trouble written all over it. But it's also the only way to buy my life back, she frowns. The way I see it, we have to expose those fools so they leave me be. Or give them the data so they piss off forever. What's the plan? All the roads lead to one direction, I'm afraid. She spins the drive in her ear, back home. The hexaport. If there's anything to confirm or deny the data, if there's anything to connect it to it, is there anything left at all, it'll be in the remains of the station. I had a feeling it might come to this, so I made some inquiries when I first got here. The word is that the place is irradiated to hell, but I also heard that the radiation's fading, and it's not like half the belt isn't glowing anyway. She shrugged grimly. With suits, we have maybe a few cycles before it started to leak through it. The problem is getting in. She puts the drive back on the desk, a magnetic surface. Fast spindle is a no. Not only do I not want to get picked up here, but the debris is denser on that side. No safe way in. The dark side is the best bet. She shakes her head, but I heard you have some trouble waiting for you there. What if I deal with the trouble? Then we have a clear shot at it. She shrugs. Easier said than done. This place has one hell of a storeway spot. Shielded from everything, plus the scatter yards are no one territory. I'm gonna leave the drive here. She spins at you. No picking. But me? I want to keep moving, so I was thinking I could make myself useful till the shake the trouble in dark side. Till I'm shake the trouble. She smiles. Work for a room and board and all of that. You want to come with me? Yeah, she smiles. Professional speaking. What do you say? She folds her arms. You know, I'm tough, and I can do plenty besides ride an air bike. You're in. That's an answer I was looking for. The cadets scan the workshop. I've had enough of the spacers' bathrooms for a lifetime. I'll make myself at home at your rig. She picks up the drive and tucks it in the pocket. Cadet glances away at the racks on the wall, and you follow her eyes to spot her air bike, where it's hanging, carefully secured and pristinely kept. Cadet gives you a hard look. You better have room for my bike. New ship courier available? So investigate the hexport, go back to dark side. Well, we can go there. Alright. So, cadet have engineering and the same stuff as the Eugene, which is engage, which is the one skill we don't possess. So one skill we don't possess. We have still one dice we can use for something. Fabrication bay. So we can do some work here. Actually, we can work with one die because engineering. Component craft. It takes time to skill and build engine components. Any errors will impact outcome. Oh, okay. Components craft. Also, so only make one component. Don't really care about those, so it's not really the work we are looking for. Okay, we just passed in the turn here, and there's not next quest here. All right, I'm gonna try to do some mutiny on the dark side. Try to deal with the mafia. Sleeper! The seraphim voice echoes through the ship. Are you in there? You glance down to the airlock, unsure of what stains you are about to find pilot in. The seraphim plots in the airlock, his arms above his head, gripping the lip of the interior door to hold himself in place. Come on, we need to talk. There's a straightened-faced seriousness to the Seraphim who weren't expecting, especially considering that he spent the past 2 cycles with Marco. Follow him. The Seraphim leads you across the bridge, but rather than turns towards the automated shuttle bay that connects Marco's yards to the rest of the assembly, he leads you deeper into the gas of the yard itself. As he does, he begins to speak. I told Marco about Lane, about our escape, about everything. The Seraphim dives under the lunch pipe. He gets it. He worked it in the dark side. Let him talk. He comes to seal the door and hammers it an entry code. Somewhere, machines start reeling. Remember in a wellspring, after everything what I said, the Seraphim turns to face you. That we can't run forever. I mean, he folds his arm. That should always be true, but no. He means to I. That if we want to be free, we need to fight back. The door suddenly squeals and an ancient motor kicks in and drags us across the corroded tracks. It reveals a large, half-lit chamber. Its fastest parts masked with the layers of scaffolding and frames, so it's hard to tell where the room actually ends. At the center, in a pool of a warm light, Marco floats beside a terminal screen. Slipper! He touches his brow in a mock salute as you enter. What happened to been drinking bodies stay silent. We got all the drinking done in the first cycle, Marco smiles. The second cycle was all about problem solving. You hear the door you enter through the screen screech shut, and then suddenly silent descends. Sorry to drag you in, out here, Slipper, but I really can't go be overheard on this one, he signs. We're close to the dark side here, and Utsuba have ambitions, shall we say, in the scatter yards. Finn told me the whole story, and I am sorry for your trouble. He claps his hand together. You have done well to evade Lane this far, but you must understand, he's also been distracted. Since Hex support went up, well, Darkseid has been at a crisis. If the war was the pressure shift that allowed Utsuba to build its strength, Hex support was the breach to blow it wide open. The Marcus springs his hand apart. Hex support the jurisdiction of imposing total control in the name of protection. The marker glanced away into the dark corner of the room. And, if my hunch is right, is how they will extend their reach to the scatter yard. So where is this going? The marker laughed and looked at Seraphim. Straight to the business, this one. I'm done running, Sleeper. The Seraphim cuts in. I hate looking over my shoulder every cycle. I hate the nightmares. The fear. I want to face this head on, for better or worse. He looks away, scowling. I won't be controlled by Lane, and this is our chance to break the control. Lane is hunting you, Sleeper, which means he's not in the dark side. Marker raised an eyebrow. This is good for you. There are some people in dark side's resistance to Tsubu, so I heard it's not going well for them. If you could find them, find out what they need. There is a chance here. Marker pauses, and you get the feeling he's assessing your every action. Taking action is a choice right now, Sleeper, but soon it won't be. Seraphim glanced at the marker. Not if what Marker's telling me is true. Let's do this on our own terms. I'm a Sleeper, runs my life. What do we need to do? The Seraphim meets your eyes with conviction. Thank you, Sleeper. I know we can do this. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Marker interrupts. I will need some time to work this out. If you do want to go to the dark side, there's no way you can take the stolen rig. It was a big enough risk just to bring it here. He glances at the Seraphim, and you get the feeling that he was already been reprimanded for that. So, I need to find your way in and a way out. Marker wraps his hand together. I know it can be done. He turns to you. I recommend you take the next few cycles to prepare. The scatter yards are a good place to both spend and make cryo, depending on your need. And Finn. The marker puts a hand on his friend's shoulders. Try to stay cool. This will be reckon only. A chance to see what happened in the dark sides and make your connections. It is not the time for grand gestures. The Seraphim nods. Thank you, Marker. He glances at you. We'll keep things quiet until you are ready. You and Seraphim leaves the hidden bay. The doors screeching open to allow you exit. When it seals once more, Seraphim turns to you. This is our chance to shift things, Sleeper. Let's keep our heads in the game. I agree. I'll start preparing. The Seraphim nods. Well, alright then. We should give Marker some time. I got a few things I want to take care of in the scatter yards. And I want to get a message to the Tala. I know she would want to hear about me before. It races off. Let's make sure we are ready. Keep your head up, Sleeper. I'll see you on the rig. And with that, Seraphim kicks off down the passageway on his way to the shuttle door. You watch him go, unsure if you are impressed or concerned about his headstrong nature. Either way, things are in motion. The only thing you can do now is giving yourself the best chance of success. So what's my best chance of success, sir? That's a thing. He say we can. Okay, new location discovered. So we need to wait 2 more cycles here. Oh, there you go. Locations, survey yards. Ship filters made. New workers assigned your yard and given the toughest job. As a mate, you are expected to keep the filter supplies with confidence and speed. The junior ship fitter. As a low-level ship fitter, you are expected to do the hardest and most tedious weld to show your worth. Syria watches his yard carefully, keeping an eye on the work that goes on in there. He's not easily impressed. Okay, we need to eat first. Alright, you only... if you roll some negative outcome here, you're gonna lose some energy because it's a dangerous job. But highly unlikely we're gonna learn any Negative outcomes here. Positive. Not the positive, easier. Yeah, +2 to the dice roll on the mecha engineering. That's how it goes. That's some quality work you've been doing. The voice booms through the lockers' rooms after your ship fitter's shift. But why are you doing the grunt work, Sleeper? You turn to see a large man with a metal arm and bright patterned glasses. You spend enough time here to immediately know this is the Surya, owner of the yard and well-known ship fitter. Well, Surya wipes his one metallic hand on a gloss, polishing its painted surface. What do you have to say for yourself? Well, I wanted to meet you, did I? Surya smiles. Well, I'm here, aren't I? I know a lot of what happened in the Scatteryard, Sleeper, and what I don't know, people tell me. He smiles proudly. And I know you have a sheep. Someone who has a sheep, especially a sheep like yours, should not be lying around by workers' tools. The Surya fixes his artificial arm, inspecting it. That's, to a person like me, is a waste. Well, I do what I need to do. I respect that, he smiles. You impressed me. I went to take a look at your sheep, Sleeper. Surya goes back to working on the hand. Call it professional curiosity. It's a bit of a drop. She looks up and meets your eye. An old Solheim rig, still in corporate colors. He shakes his head. No. I feel like that's your problem. People want a crew that's looked the part, and outfits an outfit. He grins. Look at my yard. I grew it from a chunk of a scrub by showing people I was professional. I had standards. I made a Syria yard recognizable. The problem is you are working as the ship fitter's mate, when you should be imagining much more for yourself and your crew. He smiles. And so that's got me thinking. I want to help you, to clean up the old rig, paint it up, give it some color. He tucks the clothes away in his tilt belt. How does that sound? I love that. Perfect, she booms. The thing is, you don't just slap some paint on an old rig like that. And for this to work, we need it to look to reflect your crew, your style. So, while I'm happy to do that painting with my team, I need you to go to find some inspiration. Surya looks away, towards the locker room's lawn's window. Luckily, the belt is full of it, full of patterns and textures and style. There's nothing uniform about this place, and it's the better for it all. Surya looks back at you. You need to go out there, find some views, some signs, and make your own designs here. He proudly pulls a small slate from his tool bag. It has a 64-color screen. I fixed it up myself. You take and inspect the slate, made from mismatched pieces, but elegantly so. See what you find to inspire you, he smiles, then come see me again. So where should I go? Fast Spindle would be a good place to start. Colorful, bright places, I think, that rig is drab enough. I can see what you're thinking. You're thinking, what in it for me financially? The Surya eyes for you carefully. How does this make you any cheats? That's the other part of the proposal. While you take this voyage around the belt, you can do something for me and get paid for it. Free of charge, I will paint your rig with the looks and names of my yard here. Surya Yard. It commands respect, he nods sagely. You take that name to the rest of the belt, represent it, and on your travel, spread it to other crews. For this, I will pay you 300 Creo. It's a mutual beneficial. You will earn better doing this than any yard work, and I get increased custom. What do not like here? The Surya awaits your response calmly, but you feel this expectant eye on you. It's a deal. I mean, it's probably one skill point. Wonderful! His beams. I will send my team over immediately. By the time you return to your rig, they should be done. He reached into his work pouch. Here, 150 now, and he takes out a handful of high-value cheats. And also 150 when you return with the designs. Well, take the cheats. You take the career. Of course, I will give you the other half on your return with those designs. He smiled apologetically. I need to be sure you don't repaint the ship before your pilgrimage is done. It's only fair. Keep the state. He waved at arm at you, putting it away. Go find inspiration. Bring me those designs. I don't want to see you baked in the shipyard. You need to be out there. He smiles. It was a pleasure. And before you can say anything else, he's gone. So this quest doesn't make any sense because we go into to the main mission in a one cycle. Time to find out what this crew have done to your rig. New location discovered, new drive available. Okay. Repair the rig. Minor, the shipwriter Surya has offered to repair your rig if you get her designs from across the belt. Pilot unavailable. Okay, well, we can go and try to make designs, but the rig. Well, it did change. The thing is, I don't really have a job here to do. Alright. That's the supplies and all that things. We can build some engine parts here. Nothing I can do here. Well, engine parts is still something, so it's not that bad. There's some error in this component. Scrap component fabricated. Okay. Which you don't really need. An engine component. So take that too. You find Seraphim and Marco waiting for you in the hidden room where you met before. They chatted quietly, the shadows cast across the scaffolding by the small lamp. Slipper, Marco's got something good. His news to Marco. Tell him. The Marco gives you a nod as you look at him. His mood quiet, conspiratorial. I don't know if it's as good as Finn sings, but it is an opening. I heard back from the friend of mine who runs a yard on the edge of the cluster, a fair way out of from here. Smart guy. He makes a daily profit of selling fuel to freight crews on their way into the dark side. So he undercuts the dark side dockyard fuel prices, which includes the account from Utsubo, so they stop off at his place to fill up before heading in. The Marco smiles. Clearly, this is his kind of business. This guy has owned me a favor, and I'm gonna call in it. He can get a few of us into the freight crew, swap us out from the usual who stays at his place, and let him have a few drinks on him. The crew, meaning us, will deliver the freight, complete with Stop over for cargo loading in the dark side. He smiles. Which is when you go, you do what you need to do. We'll have as long as we need, but the more time we spend there, the more likely they discover us. The marker looks at you. We'll keep our hands down. Sleep and eat on the freight. Then, once we're done and the freighter's loaded, we take it on out again. Return to my friend's yard and swap the crew back. He shrugs, emphasizing the simplicity of the plan. No one will ever know we were there. See, it's good. Seraphim nods. It will work, right? And now's the person to trust. I agree, sounds solid. The Seraphim looks concerned. It's going to be tight, but I reckon you can get what you need in the time. Make some connections with whoever is resistance to Suba. Get an idea of the operations. Look for weaknesses. I'll have to be quiet, Finn. It helped me be fired. Marker gives you both a warning look. No noise, no attention. This can quickly become a one-way ticket. The Seraphim turns to you. Think you can handle that? Together we'll get it done. The Seraphim and the Marker exchange concerned glances. What are they telling you? What aren't they telling you? There's one more thing, Slipper. Seraphim looks down. Someone needs to stay with the rig. Someone who can pilot it if there's any attention in the yard. He misses your eye. It has to be like this, I'm sorry. I'll be going with you. Marker puts her reassuring hands on your shoulder. I know Darkside. I will guide you all the way in and all the way out. There's be room for one more on the crew. I'll leave who that will be to you, but let me give you some advice. He leaned closer. You better be sure you really trust anybody you take on this one. He looked between the two of them. Just you and Marker might be the safer option, but fairer people, the less likely it is to give yourself away. But then, if Marker doesn't keep up his end of the bargain, you want all the backup you can get. That's the problem, is that we have to go right away. You see the rising tension in the Marker face. The freighters arrive in this cycle. The Seraphim turns to you. I'm sorry, I can't come, Slipper. But we need to do this now. Don't worry, then I'll go. Seraphim nods, his expression dark. Dude, they can just rattle me down, you know? Rat me down, I mean. It's so sudden. They just can give me like to the mafia and they free, and that's game over. I'll be ready whenever you need. Just give me the words and we head out to my friend's yard. He signs. We keep this tight and nothing needs to go wrong. His words echoes in your mind as you leave the hidden room. A creeping doubt setting itself in the pits of your stomach. This is it. Time to go back to the dark side. So no contract on the map. Repair the rig. Recon dark side, right? Go to the dark side. Okay, recon the dark side. I mean, we're doing it now. So this Gervin is me. He has stuff I probably need. So who do we trust here? Well, we trust Junie, right? We've done a lot of like for her, and we've done a lot for Eugene. Well, he wasn't a trustworthy guy, but now he is, and he does have this skill that I don't have. All right. The freighter scans over the Orangutan shipyard as the rigs idles in the dock. Your eye traces the fuel lines shaken up to its underside. where they disappear into the dark. A chip from the pilot's console breaks the silence. Marcus' signal. This is it, Sleeper. Seraphim settles back from the controls of the rig. He looks over his shoulder to you. You better get going. Don't get too worried. I'll do my best. The Seraphim smirks. Hope they have something to drink in the yard. You glide towards the back of the cockpit. The Seraphim clears his throat. Just don't do anything reckless, alright? As you float down the corridor towards the airlock, Marco comes to meet you. His usual gear is swapped out for a plain set of overalls that you imagine are borrowed from the freighter crew. You ready to go, Sleeper? The crew we're replacing already in the yard, so the sooner we got on board the better. He gives you a look. How are you feeling? Confident. He smiles. That's what I like to hear. No reason not to be. He pats you on the shoulder as you cross into the airlock. The airlock cycles and the marker leads you into the yard, through a series of shadowy passages that connects the two docking bridges. Now's the time, Sleeper. Marco says as he works your way through the yard. Any questions, any concerns, pick it up. Will we have to pass any checks? Marcus shrugs. This freighter is a known ship to Utsubo. It's making the road on a regular basis. They have no reason to suspect it. You reach a vertical tunnel and start ascending. At the docks, we probably have to give some enforcers a nod and a smile, but that's it. You came out of the entrance to the other docking tunnel. The freighter's filling the viewing window, so you can't see other plates of his scratched hole. What's up, Captain? The Eugene is waiting for you by the dockside docking bridge, squeezed into an ill-fitting set of crew overall. Like the undercover looks. Suits you. His smoke bows a little. After you. He gets you to the docking bridge. You hit the button, open the door, and it glides towards the freighter's airlock. As you do, the fear settles in. You are going back to dark side. Okay, so it's like a normal mission, right? We have half supplies. We're all pretty good dice-wise here. The dark side sprawls out across the starscape. It's a surface of vast and random accumulation of structures, lights, and signs. You have watched it as the freighters cut across the belt, as it groomed cycle by cycle, like a stain across the cockpit glass. Watching it approach, the fragmented memories of your time there pass through your mind, each one dissolving the moment you try to focus on it. Only the sensation remains: despair, claustrophobia, fear, all somehow strengthened by the disconnected nature. It is as if by not being attached to the specific memories, they can run free through your mind, as alive as they were in the first moment of feeling. Instruction received. Appreciated. Marcus in the pilot seat, talking to the port authority. Incoming to Strat 23. He turns back to you, clicking off the outgoing comms channel. First step complete. We got clock approval as expected. We got a docking approval. Oh my god, I can't read. He raises his eyebrows, noticing something in your face. Keep it together, alright? I've got this. I'm fine. Good. He turns back to the controls. You feel a punch on your shoulder, and you look across the cockpit to see a grinning Eugene. Tune up, Sleeper. I'll keep you safe. He shoots a look at the back of the marker head. No matter who comes for you. He winks and leans back in his seat. There's a hollow numbers rumbles through the body of the freighters as the marker brings it to the dock. The noises of the draftier More industrial ships differ to those of your rig, and you haven't quite got used to them yet. A squawk of noise over the comms sent Marcus Krauben at the controls to submit the docking code he has sent just a moment before. There is an agonizing wait, and then a chip as the code is accepted. The freighter is docked. Alright, let me go out first. Talk to the dockers, start the unloading. He unclips from his seat. Then you're good to go. Okay, we'll wait. Marcus, alright, hold fast. And he glides out of the cockpit without waiting for a response. He holds it to nerve, looking out of the flickering lights and the distant traffic. The airlock swings open and close again. Time drags on. You turn your attention to the job ahead, seeing it stretched out in front of you. The dark side seems impossibly vast. Too vast to find a specific person. But just to find a type of a person, someone unhappy with Utsubu's gain, ready to risk their life to change this place, and pushed to a point of desperation or anger, this might be a lot more doable. But first you must understand Utsubu. See how they run this place whenever they meet, what they talk about. Find where Utsubu is weakest. Find where they can be broken. And think about the pressure that might be applied, not just by you, but by all of the dark side. The usually absent-mindedly spins a metal bottle in the air. First one way, then another, then slap of a metal on his hands echoes through the cockpit with each other. Let him do it. The airlock cycles one more. A moment later, Marco is in the cockpit. Sweat bead on his brow. He takes a moment, his mood uncharacteristically flustered. Well, I bent the truth a little back there, but I think I'll be good. He runs a hand over his hair, slicking it back into place. Luckily, I had a lot of practice lying to dock workers. He gives you a wink. They begin unloading later in the cycle, and they won't be in a rush, he smiles. We have our time, as promised. But the sudden interjection evaporates any relief you were feeling. Utsubu are watching these docks. That I know for sure. For now we are just another freighter, but all our comings and goings, that could be a problem. It turns to you. We can try to disable the monitoring, or just get the job done before it becomes an issue. I'll take a look at it. Marcus, I'm sure we will. Either way, we need to get on with what we are doing. Marco folds his arms. Utsubu are everywhere, but we need to understand them, to know what is happening inside the organization. We slip under their skin and find out how they work. The Marco looks to you. This is what I'm recommended. But now, Slipper, it is your turn to lead. He folds his arms. Tell us where to begin. You feel the tension, the pressure, the shift to you. Time to find some allies. Time to find Utsubu's weakness. Time to stop running and resist. So new crisis location. So crisis active 1 per cycle. Right hunting you down. So this is a crisis spot. Okay, that's a big station. We have a good dice here. Alright. Risky and dangerous, going dark. With a super monitor in the docks, there's only a certain amount of time before they find you, unless you blind them. The fastest and crudest way to disable the surveillance is to cut the virus until it goes offline, but which to cut? Nobody of my plebs can help me, and they roll such a good dice here. It's almost like criminal to spend it on over here. A Docker's debate. The fastest way to get information on Utsubu will be kicking up the conversation with the Dockers. It's not exactly sample through. The safest way to investigate a Vash gate is by listening to the dockers, but who knows if you get the information you need. All risky. Well, this is risky, but this is fucking dangerous, dude. Dangerous means a negative initial outcome is not good for me. There's more things over here, the rise. Track enforcers. Super enforcers are hard to spot, so with some patience and efforts, following them will lead you to their meeting place. Hacking a Suba comes. To find a Suba safe house in the rise, you need to monitor the network chatters between the enforcers while not been caught. Well, we can start shooting here, those guys, alright, it's dangerous. So, natural outcome giving him stress, it's fine. Positive, very good. Natural plus stress. Okay. So we good here. We're done like a maximum code. Then we can use this one interface here. It's 100% positive. So this is done. Got me a bar location. Steal a passkey. The fastest and most dangerous way to get an entry cipher is to steal a physical passkey. First you have to find a mark, alright, or extract cipher. Rather than steal a passkey wholesale, it must be safer to hack the personal slaves and dockers and extract enough data to fake it. Utsubu cipher. Many of the dockers are members of Utsubu, making this bar the perfect place to score an ID cipher. So like, we can do this guarantee 100% here. Alright. %. And we have 6 over here. Danger. Track enforcers. I also can start like working on this kind of thing. Guarantee outcome, and then we came into this event here. We're using my push here, alright, and cutting the bodied cables. She's gonna take some time. Okay, a good first turn, good first cycle. The second cycle, however, not looking that good. Alright, not looking that good at all. Especially with this one. So I'll try to do something with this camera here. It's positive. Now we have 3 dice we can't really do much with. Alright. Because, well, that's 50-50, but a rolling natural outcome here would be detrimental. Will give me a stress. And stress is pretty bad for me. So, if you can read out of this one somehow. 50 natural, 50 negative. If you can read of this one some. of the one, I can at least use a push here. Alright. Make it 4, and 4 will be guarantee shit. I mean, there's a risky one. We really want to get this natural outcome. But if we roll negative, it'll be pretty bad. Over here, 75% chance. Okay, positive outcome. That's pretty good. That's a positive, dude. That's very good. You leave Doctor's Rest with the Utsuba Passkey in hand, sure to get you inside one of the safe houses. Now the trick is to find one. You make your way through the docks, head down in the dark passageways. Slipper! The Eugene voice has a rare nervous twinge to it. Marcus gone. You stop in the dark side passageway you were drifting down, a quiet connection between the two thoroughfares. You glance around at the loose bundles of the wires and strained metal plates. It seems like a safe place to talk. He mentioned he had something to deal with, and then he left. The Eugene shakes his head. Kick it off and run out like a Utsubu were about to boot the door in. He paused for a moment, unsure how to react. So I'm sure he'll be back. You are? The Eugene raised his eyebrow, because he sure as hell looked like he was making a run for it to me. You take a moment, no need to panic. Marco brought you here, he's getting you out. You look down at the corridor towards the busier, wider passage, where people drift by. If he needs to deal with something, then, well, he needs to deal with something. It doesn't mean anything, but you sure as hell wish he had give you a warning. Civilians and now short-handed. This job is going from bad to worse. Well, he's just gone, bastard. Well, we can't do anything with this thing. So we have some dice over here, but, well, it's just 25. Alright. Natural outcome is bad for me. But we can try to play with this one. 50% positive. I wonder if this is just gonna be a mistake, so... Fuck. 50% shots. Do we take 50%? Fuck. Natural outcome, Garen Dark Stress. And I just roll for this in that case. Negative outcome. That's super. Yeah, +2. Okay. Then we're just doing a little bit push here. Okay, that's minus all the stress. Right. Okay. That's good. We still have surveillance on me. We should send a cycle here. Okay, we have some good diary here. And again, we have 1. Okay, he has some good die, but he can be... we can use him in anything. So, like, I thought we only getting minus stress on the focus die, -1 stress. Okay, -2 stress on focus die, positive outcome. Okay, it's -2. Okay, it's -2 already. So this was given additional to what we have. So I see. That's why how you can decrease your stress altogether. So you can try to shut this one down. Like 2 is not bad here. It's a risky action. Alright, natural outcome, going dark. Yeah, as I say, it's not bad. I guess a 3 is also not bad. Okay. We'll still do this in that case. We'll still do this. Super stress. Fuck, dude. Fuck. A little bit fucked. So turn into civilian shit. But, well, this is bad. This is like super bad. The positive outcome. I only can roll with 5 and 4 here. Alright, so like, I can try to roll here, but if I roll natural, alright, I'm still gonna get the stress, do we? Oh, she's just gonna get stress, is it? Okay, positive outcome. That's better. Well, the turn of the surveillance system, despite like rolling this, like super close to getting catched, can't make any mistakes here. We need a good die rolls, and we didn't got them. Okay, this is guarantee proc. This is kind of like 50-50. Natural outcome is... I can stand that. I can work with that, so we're getting some stress here. I should have done this. Okay, maybe not. Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's actually okay. Natural outcome. Okay, we good. It's just stress to him. New location discovered. A super entry. Yeah. So just get a pass key here. Unstable cipher. A simple door leads down into the what you suspect is a super safe house. All you need is the pass key cipher to enter. The unmarked door slides open as you use a cipher. Beyond it, a dark tunnel descends. Its roof a mass of bundles, tubes, and wires. Entering, you see a flickering light as its far end, and hear the soft echo of Arisa's voices. You can pass you on the shoulder. Into the snake's nest. He grins darkly. Let's see what they're plotting. I mean, they literally have the snake tattoos, the super guys, so he's not wrong. You drift down to the tunnel, keeping your limbs clear of the sides. You passage through the air silent and gentle. You focus on the flickering light. The sounds of the voices are growing even louder. As you descend through the tunnel, you notice a small, dark doorway leading off before the tunnel reaches the bottom. You slow yourself gently, fingertips gazing the metal walls on either side. Glancing through, you see the doorway leads out into the framework balcony, high on the wall of some dark room. You glance down to the bottom of the tunnel and hear the voices rising in the volume. Here, they usually notes to the balcony. Let's skip to the shadows. You come out into the balcony overlooking a dark, cavernous room. It is lit in patches, with a bright area at the far end. It is filled with the people, with super enforcers and members, all facing forward, their floating bodies silhouettes by the pools of bright light ahead. And in that bright pool, two figures are arguing. You come to the edge of the balcony, a feeling of the safety granted to you by both your elevation and the cover of darkness. Below, the entire room has its attention focused on two figures in the pool of light. The watching audience keeps to the dark perimeter, as if they were observing a piece of theater. You feel Eugene aroused beside you, his attention like yours, on the screen below. Orin? Those are my territories. You need to withdraw. One figure the features had to define in the pool of light gestures at the other. There's no discussion to be had. The other figure laughs. You pathetic, Orion. The Wash Gates is a joke, like you. He turns to the crowd, and you see a dark hair, dark eyes, and a smile like slit. So he's a bad guy, yeah? The dark-haired figure addresses the gathered crowd. Orion makes nothing from the Wash Gates. All the trade, and he lets it slip by while his socks are bribes. The cheering echoes around the crowd. He's stealing from you all. Daichi, you piece of shit. The orange spits a glinting orb zipping past the other man. You have no respect. A few of the crowd enter the light, gathering behind one figure or another. Barely more than an enforcer and already dictating terms. If you had any idea what was happening in the passages, you know we've been facing sabotage and resistance across the Wash Gates. The orange shakes his head. Usuba's control is under question. Sabotage and resistance. You quietly log the remarks in your mind. Those are the people you have to find. Daichi smirks in response. I still know how it is the passages, but you are getting soft, Orion. He glanced around. You can't deal with some angry shop owners. He makes us show his mocking laugh. It's easy to mock, but they are organized, and I am close to rooting out the meeting places. The Orion folds his arm. You wouldn't know where to start looking. If you say so, old man. In the end, it's only a matter of time before someone ambitious notices how weak you have become. Daichi draws a finger across his throat with a grin. The room erupts in shots. Both sides call out insults, while others from the crowd air their own problems, some drifting into the lights to heckle Daichi or Orion directly. Silence! A voice cuts through the room, raised above all others. The noise drops. You lean forward to get a better view. A woman holds her muscled arms in the air, a wide, strong posture of control. Not surrender. Akihita. Both of you. She shakes her head, her long braids shaking through the air as she does. Enough. This is not how we do things. The chaos is replaced by the disgruntled muttering. No one was willing to rise above the murmur. Daichi floats to one side, arms coldly folded, with Orion fumes opposite him, his hands in tight fists. So, this is how the stalwart ward conducts his business? She should hard look around the room. Animals! Fighting over scraps. Kikita. The Orion's eyes Daichi as he speaks. Daichi is the one disrespecting the leadership and the trust they have placed in. I said enough. Your weakness does not impress me, Orion. She turns to Daichi. And neither does your petulance, Daichi. What you're calling weak, Akihita? Orion narrows his eyes. You may be Lane's favorite, but I have something that will change all that. He looks out over the head of the crowd. Bring him! A figure is dragged into the circle of light. The head is low, a greasy tangle of dark hair drifting over the face. They lift a hand and slicking back out of the eyes. Marco! Eugene hisses from beside you. As Marco Pale's face catches the light, gleaming with sweat. This one here has a very interesting story to share with us. The Orion gets you to the general gathered crowd. I'm sure you are all aware of the bounty Lane has put on the head of very valuable escaped sleeper and the accomplices. Well, Marco here tells me, he smiles at Marco, whose eyes are fixed forward, squinting in the light, that same sleeper is right now on a freighter moored in the Washgate docks. A ripple runs through the gathered crowd, a reflection of the value of this information. You wonder how much cryo is on your head and the Seraphim heads. You look into Marco's eyes, attempting to see any indication of what this might be. A desperate bid to save himself, or a betrayal of everything you agreed upon. His set stare reveals nothing. Now, Lance himself will be returning in 3 cycles, and you can imagine how pleased he will be when I present the sleeper to him. Akihita stares at Orin. You had no business keeping this from me. She folds her arm. I will be the one to bring the sleeper in. Not so fast, Akihita. The Orion turns to the gathered crowd. The first of you to bring me the sleeper will be given the sheriff of Washgate. He shoots a look across the circle of light. This includes you, Daichi. The crowd erupts into shots and movements. The assembled Utsubo members suddenly up and moving towards the doors. You push yourself into the corner of the balcony, tucking yourself into the shadows as you hear the tunnels filling with voices. There are shots and scuffles, and you fear that any moment you will be discovered, but as the time passes, the noise subsides. You only open your eyes when the sounds disappeared altogether. The Utsubo members on their way to your freight. The freighter that is supposed to take you to the dark side. You feel the panic rising. You are trapped here once more. Eugene heavy hands fall on your shoulder. When to go, sleeper. He guides you towards the doorway. You ascend through the tunnel, silently slow. Your eyes are on the entrance, hoping that no Utsubo member returns to enters. And then you are back out the main passageway, blinking in the light of the fluorescent panels, and gliding away from the entrance, lost in a daze. New location discovered, dude. We have stress here too. Somewhere in the rise, you eventually stop. Not sure where you might be going, but needing to get away from what you just witnessed. You can't go back to the freighter. That much is clear, which means no supplies, no place to sleep. Then there's a marker. Was this always part of his plan, or is it just him in survival mode? Your mind fills with questions and worries. The path ahead is unclear. When to find somewhere to hide out? The Eugene interrupts your thoughts, idling behind you in the passage. Until we can find a way out of the station. His face is set on a grim frown. None of his usual humor present. What about Marker? What about him? That shithead sold us out. Eugene frowns. He better hopes our paths don't cross again. Dude, like, we have stress here, so which is pretty bad because we can have a chance to break in my die. Break all the die, lose the game. Game over. Well, maybe he didn't have a choice. What does it matter? Eugene fumes. He should have kept his mouth shut. Any of us would have. You eye the Eugene, remember the first job you ran together, and wondering how he would frame his own betrayal of Vesna. But you push the thought away, knowing now it's not the time for it. Can you really leave this place without Marco? How would a Seraphim react if he actually has been caught by the Utsubo? Can you forgive him for giving it into the pressure? You struggle to gather the same anger towards him as a Eugene, perhaps because you have been where the Marco is now, under Utsubo control. What would you have done to escape? Who would you have to give up? The bigger problem is how we get off this miserable station, the Eugene cuts in. I don't suppose you have any tips from last time you did it. You think of the last time you were here. The mad rush of the rig, barely conscious from reboot, while Seraphim dragged you through the seemingly endless corridors of the station. Eugene sighs. Let's take one step at a time. I'll find a unit we can squat. You drift off down the passage, shaking the doors. You take a moment trying to find a focus. Maybe if you could find those resistant Utsubor, they could help you. So you wonder if they even exist at all, given that Marco was the one who reported their existence to you and Seraphim. Was this whole thing a ploy to collect the bounty to bring you to the dark side? If you search out Marco, perhaps he can answer you, for better or worse. But then you recall Orion's words, sabotage and resistance. If that wasn't an honest plea, then there is some truth in what Marco said. Utsubo is being resisted. You try to gather yourself, you have to bounce back to come up fighting. Otherwise, this place will drown you in its darkness. Okay, so this is like an abandoned unit. Recycle stress through stress. No supplies, okay. What do we have here? A risky job that I can't do at all. Resupply. Still supplies. The Flick Row lives up to its name. It's a decent strip of stalls and piled high with the tanks. Can you find supplies among all of this? All the supplies were bought at the freight shopping. It's too great risk. Stealing is the only way to eat and stay hidden. Well, we have 25% here. But that's about all we can do. Positive outcome. That's how we do it, yeah. But like this is 50-50. And given negative outcome here, we'll be in a big trouble if we do this. So I think we just rest in here. Rest in here gonna get me stressed too. So we'll be on 2 stress. But I can't do anything about it. Just pray we not roll in 2 on my die. Especially on this one. Fuck! Like, pray we not rolling a 2 on a die, especially on the one who's 1 health, and we already broke it. Bloody hell. You wake in the cold of the abandoned unit to unsettled quiet. The air cycles whine, the heat diffusers hum, but nothing around you braces. You are alone. You slowly raise yourself, unclip the straps from the bunk, and allow yourself to drift up into the air. Silence. And then, in that silence, you hear something, a scrap of a scuff. It's drawing your eyes to the unit's doorway, when a shape is settled in the dark. Engage Rashka. I knew you couldn't have gone far. I could hear a shift to fill the doorway. Stay still. I mean, I can engage her. Like, I can't. I just don't have fucking engage. Why is always engaged, dude? This is bullshit. Get a 50. Okay, stay still. Just calm yourself. Like, Ida holds up both hands. Let's not cause too much damage. She raised an eyebrow. May I come in? She drifts through the doorway. We don't need any extra attention right now. So, what are you doing down here? Look, just shut up and listen. Agahita drops her voice. I'm risking everything by coming up here, she hisses. So don't make this any harder than it is. What you need to know is this. I'm on your side. I want Darkseid's free, just like you. And I hate Lane just as much as you do. Agahita signs. I just have different methods, that's all. She raises an eyebrow. You might say better methods, given how well you visit Gon. So why should I trust you? I'm the only person who can get you off the dark side, so you better listen closely. Akihira hisses. It has taken me more cycles than Ayua would believe to get this deep into Utsubur, and I'm not about to give up for one escapee. But Then Lane doesn't usually runs all across the belt chasing a lone escapee, even a sleeper. I can hear the drift a little closer. Overshadowing you. So you need to tell me now. What does the Lane want with you? Why are you so important to him? So, what is it to you? I can hear that looks dark now. You don't want to play like this, trust me. What you don't understand, Sleeper, is that I've been trying to keep you safe since I saw you arrive. But your friend hasn't made it easy. Getting himself caught by a super is bad enough, but then babbling about you've been here. She sighs, I can only protect you from so much. So where he is? I don't run the gang. He's Orient's. I can't risk standing an eternal war. Either way, you're lucky you aren't in the same position. And you have me to thank for that. So I'll ask again. I can hear and miss your eye. Why is Lane pursuing you? Explain the frame's changing. Akihita looks away in thoughts as you explain. She waits for you to finish. None of this makes any sense, but there's no way I'm letting Lane get its prize. Not until he understands more. She gives you a hard look. I can get you out, but I need a couple of cycles, and I need you to do something for me. You need to take this with you, off station. She produces a thumbnail drive that holds it up. This is everything I managed to escape from Utsubo. The key to challenging Lane is on here. I know it. Take it to Olivera. It tucked away in the crater, in the shoals. The massive debris filled beyond the hollow. She missed your eye. You give it to Carman, no one else. I can hear her press the drive into your palm and close your hand around it. No one but Carman, you understand? The Lane's crisis has been cruel. He has split too much blood. When I'm ready, I will make him pay for that. But Carman needs to analyze what I've got on him, to find the right place and the moment to strike. Akihita meets your eye. I knew a sleeper once, and I should have trusted them. She let off your hand. So now I'm trusting you. I'll get you out, and you deliver. That's the deal. She cracks your knuckles. Then together we can... She spins sideways, slamming into the wall on the unit with the ground. A few small globes of red liquid glitter in her air. Run, Sleeper! The Eugene flex the fist he just hit Akihita with. I've got her! A shrill whine draws both you and Eugene attention to Akihita. She's holding a boxy pistol at her waist, its side blinking with the pale indicator light. You haven't got a shit! Akihita reaches up and wipes a little blood from his temple. Her eyes not leaving Eugene. One hell of a way of joining conversation, she winced, especially when I came to save you clowns. Well, Clown Fiesta, this is what we're doing here. The Eugene looks at you questionably, his guard's still up. She's on our side. You sure about that, Slipper? The Eugene shoots her a sideways glance. Last thing I saw, she most definitely wasn't. I have to go, Slipper. She glances between you two. You explain this whole thing to your friend if you want, but I won't be here when you do. 2 cycles, be ready to leave. She backs out of the unit. When the lanes come back, you go out. Neither of us wants him to win here. And a piece of advice, forget a marker. Keep your head down and wait for me. She raises the finger. You need supplies? Steal them in a flicking row. Otherwise, keep it to yourself. Akihita gives you a hard look and slip out of the unit. Okay. So Slicker rose, the rise. Search the passages. It's dangerous, but searching the rise of a trace of marker of super activity might help to find his trail. The Supercoms network has to have some records of a mentioned mark. If you can find it, where they taken him. So we can work with him. So there's one thing we can do. We can try to roll for 50 positive over here. I got a fucking stress. That's fine. Then I pushing my this die over here. Okay, okay. I suddenly removed one stress. It's supposed to be 2. Nani? It's supposed to remove 2 stress. Okay, that's not cool. Well, we do want the supplies too, right? We don't want the supplies, we don't want to increase the stress to increase faster. So I think we're just doing this guarantee proc here for supplies. Okay, 2 supplies. It's gonna keep me for 2 days. 2 cycles, just enough for me to stay here with stress free. More or less stress free. What the fuck? Negative outcome plus stress is out of the picture. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. So we don't have his dice at all. And now we don't have one die over here left. That's a bullshit. The biggest bullshit. He's the one who gonna get the supplies stuck around in. Okay, so like we have a good die health, so we not dying in two cycles here. We at least not dying in 2 cycles. Well, that was super unlucky. Okay, nothing like happened over here. You wake in the bare unit cloaked in the endless shadow of a dark side. Outside the window, the lights of the city glitters, but you do not see them. Your attention is instead on the tugging thread in your mind. Lane, drawing ever closer, you shiver. One more cycle and then you are out. Okay, so like... This is like, we can get this 50-50 shit. Actually, we do the push here. Do the push. Get 100% proc. -2 stress. So I don't know what... Okay, yeah, okay, well, good. -2 stress. And we have some good die over here. So you have no specific memory of it. There is something unpleasantly familiar about the place you have found yourself in. Among the many stacks units of the rise, framed by the scaffolding and stretching away from the dark-sized reflectors in a way that is only possible in the regime, you have found yourself in a cold corner. Here, a locked door is marked with a super sigil, a single eel, curled back on itself, its mouth around its own tail. This is the kind of a door behind which Utsuba keeps its secrets, its assets. Assets like you and the Seraphim were, like Marco is now. So, it is a door you have been watching, which is why you know there should be an enforcer lazily landed beside it, and why you know you only have a moments before they come back. So break the door and break the lock. Okay, 100% positive, oh my god. Finally, we have 100% positive on the dialogue option. Minus stress too. Oh, that's pretty good. You slip a shipwrecked chisel from your belt pocket and jam it into the lock, glancing over your shoulder as you try to force the mechanism. With a deft hand, you angle the chisel against the mechanism and, with a swift strike on the handle, the bolt pops off inside the lock. You slide, the door opens silently, you are in. A dim corridor stretched out ahead of you, laden with the doors on either side. The memory hits you almost immediately. Long cycles between the jobs in a cell like this, awaiting Lane's arrival. Kept safe, a lie that you believe that you were first brought to a place like this. Most of the cells are dark, empty but a warm glow spills from around one of the doors. You quickly approach the and look in. Marco is stuck in the into the inset bears, a padded niche like those in any units. His back is turned to the small windows on the door. You slam the exterior lock, release without a sink in. Marco turning over to face the door as if he's open. Slipper! He freezes for a moment, unsure of your intentions. He raises his hands as if to protect himself, to put some something between you and him. Let's go. Marco nods and pushes himself up. He eyes you but doesn't say a word. Recriminations can wait. You back out into the passageway and Marco follows slowly and tentatively. Time to leave. Lucky me! The itchy floats in the corridor, a knife glinted in his hand. I came to squeeze a little more information from this Orion's prize here. He points the long knife at Marco. But it's looked like I just got everything I needed. He closed the gasp, raised the knives. Now, stay still, I prefer to deliver you to Lane in one piece. Dude, like another positive outcome. What is going on here? Attack him. You feel the knives gaze your side, slitting through your thick skin. But you swing your elbow anyway, connecting with the itchy face as you spin. You feel the crunch of his nose, the solid metal of his skeleton meeting the pliant bone of his. I mean, I'm a robot. A moment later, Marco and you are streaking through the passages of the rise in the haze, the pain fading, but the fear holding strong, desperate to leave at this place one and for all. Well, we don't have like anything else to do. Friend of a friend refused to leave Marco on the dark side. Achievement unlocked. The good thing we don't have a stress, so we're not going to be breaking any of those dice here. And this one could be repaired when we get back on the ship. And we have like his diary here. Nice. Dude, this was stressful. Made it through the dark side recon without getting caught. Marco rises from his burst quietly. You haven't really spoken, and the two of you keep busy by your own injuries and the constant fear of the day she will find you. But so far, he hasn't. And if Akihito is to be trusted, this is your final cycle on dark side. You wait in silence. No one eager to speak. A deep fatigue had settled in, and in this moment, all anyone can do is wait for the excursion to be over. She's here. The Marco knows at the doorway, where the silhouetted figures wait. Akihito looks at Marco and then at you. A raised eyebrow, the only acknowledgement that you went against her advice. Len is back on the dark side. We have to go now. Akihito looks tired and angry. We won't have another chance. Come with me, quickly, quietly. She turns and pushes out into the corridor. The agent gives you a look. It's about time. Akihito leads you across the dark side, not stopping to look back. The lights and passages flashes by, but you barely notice them. All eyes are fixed ahead, on the way out. At some distant part of the station, Akihito stops at a docking bridge, a small freighter visible through the viewing windows. She slaps the door release and it slides open. She grabs your shoulders, looking into your eye. Lane's focus will be on dark side now. He needs to stop the infighting, to shore up Utsubo. If you get out now, he won't follow. Remember, Akihito hisses the instruction to you. Get the drive to Olivera. Give it to Karaman. No one else, no matter what they say. Okay, Karaman. Need to remember the guy, Karaman. We'll be back. Akihito simply nods, and then she'll go on, disappearing into the endless, winding passage of dark side. You drift gingerly down the docking tunnel, which leads into the cold and sparse cargo bay of the ship. Once you're inside, there's a hiss and the doors scissors shut. For a moment you panic. See no exit and no other doors, just a metal walled bay. Is this a trap? But the engines rumble to the life, and you give it to your exhaustion. If Akihito has tricked you, at least you are leaving this place behind. And then you feel it. Cold fingers reaching into your mind. You're so close! Lane voice in your ear. You're here! A rustling, a shifting. I can quite place you. Can quite put my finger in you, Slipper. But I know you are there. What are you doing here? Hoping to confront me, perhaps? Or something else? A hiss. I'm right here. You covered. Come and find me. I'll admit, I'm not quite ready for you, Slipper. A flicker and a spasm. But so soon this will be all over. A tone begins, a shrill and inescapable. Let me shove you. The tone rises. The lane's in the bay of the freighter. He pulls off constant acceleration of a comforting pressure against his chest. The lanes look around the bay, taking in it slowly. He inhales the stale air deeply. The lanes feels power, feels pride. The sense of a control over another excites him. This is his desire. The lane lifts his right hand and turns in the air, flexing his fingers in a satisfying wave. Something flickers at the corner of your vision. For a moment, you strain to turn lanes ahead. It does not turn, but you swear you see a figure there, in the babe's view. Oh, it's an observer, yeah, right? It's open its mouth, as if to speak, as to scream, and then it's gone. A smile grows on Lane's face, a spreading tightness that has its own impulse. He raises one hand and uses it to grip at the smallest finger of the other. A pause, and then a sudden jerk. The Lane snaps the fingers back against the joint. His pain is instant. As is yours. It burns your vision away. So he can't control my body remotely. When the white horde of blindness has faded, you look at on those same metal walls, you hold the same fingers in your hand, and as you release it, you see the crooked shape it has been bent into. A shiver runs through you, and you reach back into your own mind to see if any trace, any fragments of Lane remains there. You put your hand on your face and push, as if to push him out from your head. The ship continues out in its starboard arc, away from the dark side, away from Lane, but you can't help but feel that some part of him is still there, behind your eye, concealing beneath the pain of the snapped finger. It takes a long time before you are ready to discuss everything. First there was the journey to the yard, the disembarking from the freight, the explanation to the awaiting crew why the ship was impounded, something Marco offered as 1,000 apologies for. Thankfully, the crew of the ship that brought you on the dark side, sent by Akihito, took the others aside and settled them. He promised of remuneration of the threat of violence, you aren't sure, but you expect they will be live together for the dark side soon. You do best to explain your encounter with Akihito to your crew, but the mention of her name sets off a significant reaction and bliss. It seems the two have history, a relationship that fell apart. Bliss removes themselves from the conversation, and later on you find them in the berth staring at the wall. The whole time you find yourself in a daze. Your skin hurts and your muscles tremble. You don't feel yourself. You rest for a while. As you do, conversation echoes around you until you find yourself able to rise. Slipper! The marker comes to you in the quiet of the rig. Can we speak a moment? Go ahead. The marker nods. Thank you, Sleeper. He looks down. I know I almost cost you everything, but you have to understand something. When they caught me, I was looking for someone important to me. That's why I wanted to come with you. I just wanted to get a message to him and to know that he was right. He screws up his face, each word bringing him pain. And I admit, I thought I might be able to bargain on his behalf to get us both out. So bargain using my life. The marker can't bring himself to confirm it, but you both know it be true. All I can say is, I'm sorry. Look, you can use the yard when you get back to the scatter yard. There are some components in there. Take what you want. Marker shifts. I'm going to stay here a while. He does not meet your eye. He simply turns away and drifts down the corridor. And as he does, the Seraphim passes him by, receiving no acknowledgement. The Seraphim gives you a questioning look as Marker leaves. Oh, he's patched himself off, huh? He's looking better now. What's happening out there, Sleeper? He floats there, stretching his scarred arm. The protective sleeves he has been wearing since the far spindle finally removed. Marco betrayed us. Well, we found the resistance. You explained about the meeting you witnessed. The conflicts between Orion and Daiichi and Akihita intervention. Explaining Akihita takes a little more effort, but you try to remember everything that happened. You explained Akihita's insistence that she was working against the dark side, and how she got you off the station. You explained that Utsubo itself is coming apart with the lanes absent, and that this will draw his focus away from the two of you. The Seraphim waits until you have finished their respond. So, this Akihita got yourself inside Utsubo. He raises an eyebrow. Just to try to break the grip on the dark side, he whistles. Take some balls. You expand the drive, mentioned Oliveira, Carmon, and then hold on to the thumbnail drive, the one Akihita entrusted to you. Oliveira. He screws up his face. I've heard of it maybe once or twice. I should assume it was some backwater colony. He signs. Never met a Carmonstro. What's on that thing? Seraphim notes at his thumbnail driver. While something incriminating. Incriminating for whom? Seraphim raises an eyebrow. Lane makes the law on dark side. If they were going to lock him up for his cruelty, they would have done so already. I don't get it. The Seraphim raises an eyebrow. We just deliver this little mystery drive, and that's all? He looks away, deep in thoughts. If that's what you want to do next? Oliveira. You never even heard of it. But it seems like the place to go if you want to help Akihita fight back against Lane. You look at the drive, and as you do, you can't help but feel you are being used. Not for the first time. One thing I will say, Seraphim begins, clearly thinking out loud. If you want to help back to the dark side, take on Lane. We are going to need to do so on our ship this time. Some crew gets spoofed. Transponders send out a signal matching another ship. He shrugs. Not going to get one fitted here, but that's something we need to look out for. Sure, you think. Go back to dark side, where Lane waits. A shudder of fear runs through you, thinking of the moment he slipped into your mind on the freighter. If you even go back there, you know you need something to counteract that. But you also recall Overseer's presence in that moment too. His strange form holding its shapes as Lane tried to override the control. Perhaps Overseer has a way for you to resist the signal. Your mind fills with possibilities and problems. Is this really the right move? To go back to the place that almost killed you twice? To take Lane on? The Seraphim looks at you expectantly. What are you thinking, Sleeper? We need to prepare. I mean, we can't leave the system because we don't have that interstellar fucking drive. Yeah, we just failed that mission. I couldn't agree more. The Seraphim shakes his head. Next time will be different. We will be ready. We will come up fighting in the lane when we have a clue what's hit him. We need to work, we need a crew. The Seraphim starts counting off his fingers. We need to take that thing to Olivera. And we need you a strong sleeper. Speaking of, Seraphim takes out a box of components. I keep myself busy those past cycles, working in the fabrication bay on the scatter yards. I figure you could use some spares. But first, the Seraphim takes a calming breath. We rest. Okay, plus 2 skill points. And I have a bunch of glitched dice here. So he got me like this scrap components. Right? Repair the rig. As a mineral, the shifrifter Syriac has offered to repair the rig if you gather designs from across the belt. Investigate hex support. Okay, meet the cadet in the scatter yard. Go back to dark side. So I couldn't investigate this one. So there's no way we could get like to see cadet there. Need a spoof transporter. Can go there easy. So contact Carmen. Olivera. Okay, so there's a separate system for this. I'm gonna do that repair rig thing first, I think. 0 supplies. Let's see. So we're not gonna not get in hand. Or did I need to use a cadet on the dark side when we've been there? This is what we should have done. I have a phone call. I'll be back right away. Well, not a phone call, but the spam call. Are we good? Well, first we're gonna repair the die here. We have a bunch of this useless component, but we have rare components. It doesn't really matter what kind of use. If you're even using rare components, it's still gonna fill my glitch die to full. So we're just using this useless components. Alright. It's still like glitched pretty much. Okay, we're starving. So we gonna get some food here. Put an arrow. Damn it. It's not good. So Marco Yards, what do we have here? Okay, Marco said you were free to take the components he had, but his yard is an absolute mess. Where even to start with? I should have like tried this one. Marco's stock. Marco mess of tools, scraps, and components is worrying. How can you tell what's yeah? How we can tell indeed. So we're just resting here for a while. The darkness flows around you, and you know what comes next. Slipper. The multi-part image of our seer assembles itself in front of you. We must intervene in your current curse. So intervene in what? The opening of your systems has breached a new paradigm. You are dangerously exposed. The voices somehow both soundless and shrill. As we are sharing your hardware, that means we too are fatally exposed. The individual's agents you encounter, we were almost completely erased by the attempts to seize control. The overseers, three heads, not eagerly in agreement. Not eagerly, okay, it was Lane. We have knowledge of this name from your memories bank. There is much of interest to us recorded there, so often partially and inconsistently. The overseers whirls unsettlingly. But yes, we can confirm Lane's roles in this vulnerability. It is our understanding that the assumption of inevitability is incorrect. Overseers glows with the bright veins of data. But in this state, we cannot operate with the full functionality. If we were to be recompiled in our current configuration, we believe we would be able to calculate a new pass. Our aim would be to close the vulnerabilities and reinforce your system against a future intrusion. This would ensure our safety with your system. Three sets of eyes look onto you. Would this also please you? How? We don't know. All three heads cock at an angle. We are aware we are built with certain capabilities, but we cannot access them until we are recompiled. We are confident to a substantial degree that we are known how to complete the process once recompiled. The three heads nod, one to another. So then recompile, dude. The heads revolve thoughtfully for a moment. Without our originating code base, we cannot recompile. The overseas flickers. If you were able to speak with the Solheim systems engineer, perhaps lead engineer Jakob Kandinsky, perhaps we could acquire it? The head stares at you expectantly, like three partially deconstructed pupils. The Solheim is gone. Yes, the head nods repeatedly. Of course. The heads continue nodding. We were, of course, aware of this. You look at the fragmented program. Its self, its systems, unstable and broken. You realize it is far worse of you than off than you, and its collapse is almost inevitable. How could it possibly save you? It is a difficulty. The overseas flicks between bosses, but all code bases are held in the centralized Solheim facilities. They are Station Alpha E, the CAN Channel Operation Center, and the Control Center of the HABIP, or Helion Asteroid Belt Photovolcanic Extraction Project. The overseas smiles helpfully. HABIP? Is that the dark side? The overseas immediately launch onto the assaults. Based on your memory banks, we believe so, correct. It's occurs to you that this entire conversation is happening within your head. It is an unsettling feeling. The dark side is the city now. This is true, but its foundation is the Habib itself. The overseas cheeps brightly. We understand that the individual seeking to rewrite you is stationed at Habib itself. The overseer's three heads separate and turns inward as if in conference. The shattered heads turn simultaneously, unsettling in the directness with which they address you. But if you could access the Habib mainframe without making yourself known, we could reconstruct ourselves and gain the ability to reconstruct you. Theoretically, one of the heads adds. Theoretically, the other two heads confirm. So would that protect me from Lane? Theoretically, the heads confirm again. The reassurance of a delusional Solheim protocol are barely reassuring. But if our series is correct, this may be your only option. We feel your doubt, but we must impress on you the importance of this. Please, The overseer's eyes flash, all 6 of them. If not you, for your sake, for ours. If you cannot find your way to the Habib before encountering this lane, you will surely be overwritten, and we would also share your fate. The head rotates. We would not like this to happen. You sign. Exhausted from the conversation, the overseers gets the message. We will leave you to recharge, but please, consider the path ahead. You come back to a ragged paneling of the bunks. Somewhere behind you, left eye, the ache begins. You envy overseers with the lack of the body and the pain it causes. But then, suddenly, you wonder, if in sharing your body, it shares your pain too. The thought makes you pity the broken protocol, its senses of time and place shattered. Perhaps you share more than you would like to admit. The path ahead begins to take shape. It seems a return to the dark side is inevitable, but you will need help to make that return. Yeah, we can do it now. Helps buy supplies, for whatever reason I didn't. 75. Maybe I should actually buy the supplies on other station. We also have the skill points to spend. So I think we're doing the stuff we discussed before again. We just put in this plus to the die here to input, because this is gonna work in dialogues and can work on some station stuff instead of like investing in my push ability. Just push was pretty good. It helped me. Alright, but I think you just need one push point so far, and it's good enough. So okay, like +1 to the die, to the input. Alright. Sounds solid. Alright, and we can, it's a safe. Negative, okay, outcome. It actually doesn't really matter, right? We can even try to roll with broken dice here. Alright, saves, like, we don't get actual negative stats here. Well, one engine component. We're still resting because our die glitching, so we don't want to go there in space with the glitching dies. We just don't. Let's grab some food. Also don't want to starve. So like, what's happening is just feed the cat over here. It's just removing my supplies and that's all, is it? Yeah, to think that the space rats was actually a space cat. Ironic. Indeed. Oh well, we're gonna grab the supplies over here using my broken die. Oh, okay. 20%, just no challenge at all. Scrap component. Okay, so scrap component is gonna, yeah, instead of engine parts. Let's see. So we got everything here. We still have one die glitching. If we jump like to next, the hollow. Investigate hex, contact the carman. So repair the rig. I think we want to do these repairs here. That's just fair. Your location discovered? Oh, this one. Hollow view. It's a save too, a hollow sketch. The more you look, the more complexity the hollow shows. An intriguing structure. Hollow sketch, so we can roll with any die over here. Positive outcome, nice. Natural, this is a guarantee positive. Okay, that's done with. Debris dealers. Alright, you can sell process the scrap to him for extra stuff. Was any work for us? There's works over here. Alright, we can align some shit here. Plus certain Korea. And like we've done everything here, we jump in next to this part. Richard? Okay, very good. Just gonna run around here. Because again, new location. The safe outcome. This roll is the lowest die here. Okay. Fill the fuel. Can't do anything with this die. Next one. Next one, this Helen Gate. So we just grabbing here some fuel for free. All right. Free fuel. And we can work on getting some extra data. Just again, we don't really need this extra data. It's just, well, we don't. Spindle. The location discovered. So you settle at the wide viewing window and looking down the vertiginous lens of the far spindle. Time to do a little sketching. Positive. Action failed. Which is fine by me. Wait, action failed? That's not fine. Well, let's guarantee positive over here. We good with this? Let's just resupply again. We're good on the cash, right? We provided that we work hard on cash. So we just go into a flotsam and just jump into this. to this area from a plot zone. What will it do? The biofuel. Was this any job for me to do? Interaction, yeah. Risky. And we don't have okay. Works the hydroponics. So that's can give me some food here. Right, if I do this, 100% food. Okay, so energy plus. And if I can't use this one. Yeah, we don't cave is negative outcome, but the outcome is minus energy. Real scrap. Positive outcome over here. Just replenish my funds over here. And jumping back to the side quest. Slipper. The Surya booms as he meets you inside his yard. I couldn't be happier to see you. Tell me, did you find inspiration out there in the belt? He grins widely. I did. Let me see your work. He holds out a hand and you pass him the color slate. Lovely. He scrolls through the sketches. I will pass your designs onto my crew, where they will build on them. The Surya gestures to the yard. They are the best ship fitters in all the belt, as you know. If you come to the yard and speak with them, you may choose whichever design you desire. The Surya squints in the slate. This hollow drawing is really quite interesting. He reaches into this tool belt and produces a stack of cheats. The reminder of your fee. Our business is concluded. He nods, adding a little boff to the moment. I am a busy man and I must get to my business, but thanks you again for helping to build a legacy for my yard. The Suryat folds his arms across his chest. I believe you have work to see to. But imagine, if you will, flying out of your next contracts in a fresh livery of a beautiful reinvention from a Surya yard. He gestures widely. When your clients ask why your rig is so beautiful, feel free to send them to me. The Surya smiles and bows and turns to you. You watch Surya go, still unsure if his entire attitude is an act meant to confuse you into consent. He's a hard man to dislike, but there is something about him you cannot quite put a finger on. Either way, it is hard not to feel a little bit thankful for the chance he gave you to look at the belt with the new eyes, even if it was while flying one of the most garish ships the belt's ever seen. So +1 skill point for that quest. So unlocked all the possible rigs paint job. That's cool, but how do we change those paint jobs? Okay, that's one. So rig stock paint, rig hollow paint, rig green belt paint. I want to see how this look, right? But I guess we don't have a choice before painting it. Well, it just look green. Just look green. Okay, that's a job done over here. Alright, we're not gonna do anything. Well, we still can play with these components here. So there's nothing barring me from getting some components out of this. Alright. Okay, there's Arian components, so we don't natural outcome. Negative action complete, so that's not good. Okay, that's another Arian component, so we're not getting this engine components. Just getting like scrap components. That's fine. Like I bought all of those rare components and scrap components because it's all gonna be breaking dice very often after my first mission. But you know what? My risk management was pretty good so far. Okay, I didn't bought fuel. Hold it. Let's get the fuel. I love it. Supplies are good. So the only thing left is contact this Carman guy. Before taking fight to them. Okay, always keep the fuel at maximum. Yeah. Align the arrays. Well, we can do this for a little bit extra cash. Don't need it, but we can. There we go. Last system. You find Olivera exactly where Akihita said it would be. A ragged colony nestled in a crater on one of the biggest rocks of the Shoals. The Seraphim gets no response to his initial broadcast, and so you find yourself in a docking tunnel. The rigs at one end, the colony at the other, with no idea what awaits you. I need you to get back on that ship and keep flying. You freeze in the dark tunnel, and a figure in front of you, holding a long gun at the ship. I'm serious. Your eye adjusts to the dark, and as they do, you see a man. No, a boy, carrying a long, dark shape in his hand. I don't know how you found us, but you need to leave right now, and forget this place. Hard-handed and quick-witted. Xavier? Is that anywhere? You glance over your shoulders and see Seraphim. His hands rested in front of him in a gesture of calm. Look, kid, we meant no harm. How about we go run and get someone? I am someone. I'm Xander. He stick out his jaw. It's you I don't know, and I decided who's gonna do some harm here. He reaches across his chest and dumps on a lamp he has lashed out. You blink in the glare of the bright light, shielding your eyes, and as you do, you see a flicker of confusion crossing Xander's face. He meets your eye with a look of shock and open his mouth as if to speak, so no words emerge. We have something for Carman. You notice the familiar name register with Xander, adding to whatever confusion or question your appearance has provoked. You see his eyes taken in your sleeper body, his gun dropping a little as he takes his attention off it. Is this? He looks between you and Seraphim. Are you here for Flint? He pulls the gun close to him. I'll be honest, kid. We have no idea who you are talking about. Seraphim allows himself to drift a little forward. So how about you drop the gun and we can take like adults. As Seraphim floats past you, he gives you a look and makes you nervous. Let's all stay calm. Xander! The voice echoes along the docking bridge. Xander, what are you doing? A figure appears at the end of the bridge behind Xander. A young woman clearly older than the boy in front of you. Found those two trying to sneak in a cadence. Sneak in cadence. Lysander keeps his eyes on you and stare at him as you speak. Saboteurs, maybe? Was about to send them on the way. Sander grins. I assure you, we are not saboteurs, miss. The Seraphim smiles in a cadence. The cadence signs and glances towards Sander. Stop messing around with that Wilder. She snatches the gun out of the Sander's hands, and as she does, above you and Seraphim reflexively flinch. The cadence looks at the two of you with a raised eyebrow, and turns the gun so you can see it's better. You notice the fuel tank and a welded muzzle. It probably has an effective range of less than half a foot. The Seraphim looks at Sander and rolls his eyes. Seriously. The cadence lowers the welder to her side and turns to Sander. Now, not the time. We just got an emergency broadcast from Karaman at Flint. Something happened. The Sander attitude changed immediately. He turns to face Cadence, putting his back to you, as if you had just disappeared completely. What do you mean, something happened? I don't know. They went quiet in the shoals. And we got the distress signal. The Cadence raised her hands reassuringly. Don't get excited. They probably just had a technical fault on the ship, but we should check it in anyway. We have to get them. The Sander grabs the welder bag and slides it over his shoulder. In what, Sander? The Cadence sighs. They took our only functional ship. The tender tide's still in pieces in that hangar. The Seraphim gives you a nudge and a nod towards the Cadence and the Sander. This is your chance. We have a ship. The Sander wheels around in the tunnel, squinting you in thoughts. The Seraphim moves past you, approaching them. We need to see Carmen, and it seems like Carmen needs our help. He looked between the two of them. So how about you stop messing around in the dingy tunnel and go to get a friend? The Sander turns back to Cadence. Them? Really? He rolls his eyes. We're not the only people on the leave here. There must be other ships. You want to go looking? Then they're here now. The Cadence look at Seraphim, and they're generously offering the help. She smiles sheepishly. Fine. The Sander folds his arm, but I'm coming with you. Fine by us. The Seraphim shakes his head and looks at you. Come on then. You both turns and head back to the ship. The Seraphim whispers to you as you go. What kind of a backwater has Akihito sent us to? He sighs. That kid thinks he's some kind of a sheriff. Well, not used to the visitors, I guess. Tucked away in the shoals like this? I'm not surprised. What are they doing out here? What are you talking about? The Sander catch up with you and Seraphim. His mood seems buoyed by the prospects of boarding the ship. You wonder how often he gets to leave Oliveira. I'm talking about you. The Seraphim sniggers. The Sander looks genuinely hard for a second. Wait up! You turn back to see Cadence gliding over the tunnel. I changed my mind. I'm coming too. Cadence, come on! The Sander rolls his eyes. Carmen and Flint need attacks, not a chef. What are you going to do out there? The Seraphim cuts in. He always this rude to you? He gives Sander a look, shaking his head. She's want to come, she's come, right? He's look at you. You pause, but Seraphim doesn't seems to be waiting for confirmation. You're slightly thrown off by his eagerness to be helpful. This is the first time you actually see him be welcoming to anyone coming on board of the rig. The Sander puffs out his chest sulkily as Cadence smiles and glides you into the ship's quietly behind you. When you get to the cockpit, you notice Sanders looking wide-eyed at the consoles and the switches. The Seraphim pats him on the shoulder. Might want to start in there, kid. Strap in. The Sandra and Cadence find a place to settle as the Seraphim buckles himself into the flight seat. Alright, he turns to Xander. Show us where to go. So at least they don't take any fuel out of here. Okay, so we get a good dice rolls again here, more or less. No ones, no twos. And we can do something with this one without pushing. You head out into the shoals, the sick debris field that surround Olivera. What's happening in here, Slipper? The police pokes the head into the cockpit as Seraphim brings the ships in towards the signal coordinates Sander gives him. You look around the cockpit. Sander's taping at the co-pilot console, mounted in front of his seat in a haphazard way, while Cadence is asking Seraphim about how the rig works. Surprisingly, Seraphim is responding with patience and care. Did he just got a love strike or something? They'll help us find Carman. If you say so. The Blitz looks over at Seraphim and Cadence. Is Seraphim smiling? They shake their head. Something's going on. The Blitz turns back to you. The unit's working on the ship's wiring and won't respond to my messages. She's probably in the vault somewhere, hooked up to the main line. They smile a big smile. I'm here, so how about you tell me what we are doing out in the middle of nowhere? Quiet. The Seraphim voice cuts through the chatter. Is that? He gestures out in the debris field at the sparkling, ragged-looking shape tackled beside the rock. The Sander rushed to the cockpit glasses. Carman! A moment of tense silence gripped the room. That's his ship! You and Bliss exchange concerned glances. This isn't good. Well, the ship is destroyed here. I'll bring her in. The Seraphim eyes are fixed on the wreck of a crumbled ship now. We don't know anything yet, so everyone calm down. The Sander is still silent, his face pressed against the glass. The Cadence stares out in the wreck, her cheeks pale. No one speaks until the rig is brought to a stop. Alright, now we're going out there, and we'll have to poke around. The Seraphim looks between Cadence and Xander. We verify the ship, and we recover the crew. The Seraphim gives you and Bliss a nod, and you both push off the glide towards the back of the cockpit. Suddenly, Sander pushes off from the window and glides with you, out of the cockpit. I'm coming too! You need someone to identify the ship, to identify... He stops to take a breath. Are you sure? I'm sure. Sander gets the words out of the... and pushes on ahead, towards the airlock. You follow him behind, ready to suit up and investigate the wreck. So we have a Bliss and Sander, so I didn't even like have a chance to select my crew here. Which is, well, okay-ish. Well, he does have some good rolls here. Not a good skills. Search the ship. The ship, the simplest way to find out what happened is a full search of the guarded ship. But that's no easy task when a part of it has been blasted to debris. Or reconstruct event. A crippled ship, a holes turned in its hulls, and a missing crew. With some thoughts and careful assessment, perhaps this wreck tells a story. Risky, but not so risky. Alright, we can work with this. With him. Natural outcome is okay-ish. Yeah. 75% chance for satisfying outcome. Alright, we're good here. So he can do something here too. Right, but let's roll with my own dice here. Positive outcome. guarantee positive outcome. So I'll take it. So I wonder if it's better to just use him here. Negative, get some stress. Damn it. Natural, so this is gonna get me access to Wreckage Assassin. The search of Karma's gutted ship has impacted the mood of the rig. As more and more evidence of that attack has appeared, the quieter Xander has got and the more cadence has retreated into the bunks. Now, with the search completed, you are gathered into the cockpit to discuss what's been found. Come on, Cadence thought by the door, hugging herself against the cold. Tell us already. As Sanders perched on the back of the seats, flickering at some hinged container he's found in the wreck. Open and close it. Open and close it. Explain carefully. You start by summarizing the search, talking around the details, picking your language carefully. You describe the damage to the ship but not the attack. You talk about the occupants of the ship without mentioning what might have happened to them. The Seraphim Quicks cuts in. What Sleeper's saying, he gives her a look, is that the ship was hit with the weapons, fire, badly. Then the drive was fired up, that they attempt to flee. The drive burns out, and the ship, after hitting multiple rocks and a bit of debris, came to a halt here. He takes a breath. We found no bodies. At the mention of that word, bodies, a shudder runs through the loose assembled. Then they are there, somewhere. Xander has a steely look in his eyes. And we will find them, whatever state they are in. He looks at the Cadence. She nods back at him. Santa's right. We aren't leaving them out here, there. The Carmant meant Oliveira what it is. He saved us. We won't come back without him. She shivers and looks at Sander. He would do the same for us. Based on the damage to the ship, Seraphim begins. They're almost certainly dead. We get it. The Sander casts him off. But there's a debris trails leading away from the ship. I see them. There are. The Seraphim holds his hands out in the calming manner. But those could be from secondary explosions, or depressurization. We pick the wrong trail, and it could lead us in the circles, cycles after cycle. Then we better pick the right one. The Cadence has Sander's steely look now too. She stares directly at Seraphim, challenging him to answer back. He signs. Then that's what we do. He looks at you with resignation. Whatever happens here, you won't believe in until you see its end. So there's okay, there's a couple of debris. We can't do much about this. Starward Trail. One of 3 possible trails. It's impossible to know which is the right or one without exploring them further. Explore debris. There's only so much you can see from the scans. Sometimes you have to explore the debris and pick up the trails from its patterns. Explore the debris again, dangerous. So we have +++ on all of those here. Okay, we have also the dangers here, so we're good. Let's start with this. It's guarantee proc. +3 that we rest in. So everything that above 3 is good for us. And we got 1, 2, well, everything above 3. Getting not a good outcomes here. Well, the natural outcome is pretty bad for me. That's a thing. So I don't know about this. I really don't know about this. I don't want to risk there. I'm still like, what can I use with this guy? So he can do nothing for me. That's the problem in the Sovereign, right? We have like 50% over here, with this at least. Well, 75 to do something. Natural +1 stress. Let me just try to get my best dice over here. Let's get a guarantee. Map the debris. Asteroid caves. Okay, so forget the trail. If the caves are searched comprehensively, then anyone in there will be found. Eternal vision. The trails leads to those barren and airless caves. It's hard to imagine someone surviving in there for long. Okay, we can do something with him, at least. Positive outcome and natural outcome, a little bit of stress. All right. So we can try to go for positive for this positive proc here. I can push the stress on me if I do that. I think the best way is to just rest here. We still have a time. Still have supplies. Okay, there's a good rolls here. It's a good rolls. Yeah. I would say so. Positive. We're using my plebs here. So not to risk, +2 stress. Not to risk much. Need to use the 2 dice here to completely explore this. When the Starward trail led to the caves, a little hope was kindled in the hearts of the crew, but after plumbing at the depths of those dark passages, the hope seems to snuffed out. The Sunday has struggled on it silently, only speaking up to update the cadence on the luck of the news via the cockpit comms link. But he speaks now quietly at first, and then with increasing urgency. "Alright, Sleeper, I see a light." And with that, he kicks off hard from the wall and dart down to dark tunnels with a reckless speed. I need to go and turn down the sun here because it's super fucking bright. It's blinding me. Be back right in the bay. Alright, so thank you for waiting, guys. It's the first actually sunny day today, like in a while, in a month or something. I don't remember when I saw the sun here at all. That's how it is. You follow, but the tunnels are winding, and you quickly lose Sandra around the corner. You kick off from the same wall, trying to close the gap, but when you come around the same corner, you can't find Sandra anymore. And then you see it, through a thin slit of the cave wall, a flickering, fading light. You cross over to it, and see scratches and chunks scraped out of the rock. Someone has dragged something through here. Contact Sander. You click your comms to Sander's channel and call out to him. Nothing but static and silence greets you. A flashing red light on your comms panel suggests that the signal isn't getting through. You push away some of the floating rocks and squeeze yourself into the gap. As you do, you watch the light pulsing inside the cave, setting the cracks and the shapes of the rock in sharp relief. You search those shadows for something recognizable, but the light source remains out of sight. And then you are through. You steady yourself against the wall and look towards the light. There's beside the fading emergency lamp floats a body, its head instantly striking you as strange and misshaped. Oh dude, that's the guy we were looking for. Fuck. You know immediately this must be Carmen. His head is shrouded in the emergency helmet, inflated around him like a balloon, while an oxygen canister floated nearby, attached by the tube. Is he still alive? His eyes are closed, his body still. You try to settle your gaze on his chest, to see the telltale rise and fall. And then the light catches something else, something broken and skeletal nearby. A face with a bright eye. Bright eyes are watching you. A sleeper. Another sleeper. They watch you as the elite irises, one just like yours. Their torn faces reveal no emotion. They both crouches, curled even, like a spinning like a spring ready to strike. Dude, like I see his guts there. You are both frozen, unsure, afraid. Nothing moves. Your eyes trace the damage to the suits, to their body. They look broken, worn down, and you wonder if this is how you look to others. If they flinch when they see you, as you feel the need to know. Carmen! Alexander's panicked voice cuts through the silence. He rushes forward to the floating body, and as he does, the other sleeper pulls away from the walls, like a statue coming to life. For a moment, you go to intervene, to save Sander from his skeletal figure, but the sleeper falls on Sander to embrace him, and Sander returns to the hug. You float, stunned, watching Alexander begins to carry Carmen's body from the caves with the flint. The sleeper guiding him. Okay, so we found this, like we chose the right path on my first try. Easy, chat, no challenge. I mean, just a roll of a dice. The Carmen's stable. The Cadence come out from a room that has become a makeshift med bay. She looks between you and Seraphim. Thanks to you. And what about Flint? The Cadence pauses, choosing her answer carefully. Flint is here with Carmen. They seems to be functional. She looked away. If that's what you mean, we should head back to Olivera. The Seraphim cuts in. He places his hands on your shoulders and steers you away, towards the cockpit. Once you are out of earshot, Seraphim turns to you. Did you know Flint was a sleeper? No. The Seraphim nods. He paused. I don't want to be suspicious. I was just surprised, that's all. The Seraphim glanced back toward the med bay. They look different. Different how? The Seraphim sighs and shave his words. Just never seen a sleeper like that. He looks away. I'll go get her started up. He pats you on the shoulders and heads on the cockpit. Let's just keep an eye on them, okay? Yeah, sleeper is like it's a robot with a human mind inside. That's what they call the sleepers. He leaves you floating in the corridor, unsure what to think. The Flint is the first sleeper you have met since you escaped the program. And at this point, those memories are little more than fragments and fictions. As the rumble of the drive runs through the ship, you can't help but feel a little concerned of what this might mean. So we don't need to do anything here. We just go back. Wait for Cameron to recover. You can now travel back to the hub. Contract concluded. Yeah, leave. No stress damage taken. Everything good. You are left alone with the Sunder and Seraphim in the docks, while Carmen is carefully carried from the rig by Flint, guided away into one of the Oliver's many tunnels and passages. Okay, I believe you. Sunder shrugs his shoulders. The Seraphim raised an eyebrow. Believe us how? That you aren't saboteurs? He shot you a sheepish grin. Oh, sir, you never know. I appreciate that. No problem. He nods to you with a kind of seriousness that only children possess. Tell me, kid. Seraphim folds his arm. Why are you so protective of this place? I mean, no offense, but who want to sabotage a tin pot colony in the middle of the shoals? The Sunder bristles at a comment but controls his anger. You don't get it. Oliveira's is a refuge. Who do you think we hide all the way out here? He glances at you and then back to Seraphim. I would have you thought you understand that what at stake is here. You've seen Flint. Give me a second shot. The Seraphim pauses, unsure of how to respond. He looks embarrassed into silence. Look, Sandra says, playing the peacemaker. You brought Carmen back to us. Everyone in Oliveira will thank you for that. How about you stick around for a bit, get a feel for the place? If you need a resupply, we can help. We haven't got much, but if you chip in, you'll get your share. He bows his head a little. We're more welcoming than we appears. Just don't expect to buy anything with those cheats of yours. Sander puts his hands on his hips. Oliveira is not for sale. Seraphim shrugs. Alright, kid, He glances at you. We appreciate it. We need to hang around until the Carmen is back up and awake anyway. And I think we'll be glad of the rest. I'll see you up around then. The Sander touches his brow in a salute and then kicks away, floating out of the docks. The Seraphim turns to you. A little shore leave doesn't sound so bad. Well, I agree. The Seraphim smiles. Alright then. He stretches. I'm going to head into the town and see what's happening. He winks and guides away into the Oliver proper. You are left floating in the docks, unsure of what comes next. It doesn't seem like Elaine is going to find you out here, so maybe this is the perfect time to take a brace, and at least until you can find Akihito Drive, can bring Akihito Drive to Carmen. You turn that little subnail drive over in your pocket. Time to see what Oliveira has to offer. Oh, so we don't even need to explore this shit, do we? Okay. A rising tension. Carmen is in recovery, and Oliveira will have to navigate a coming crisis without his steady hands. Okay. As you leave the rig, you find a figure waiting for you in the docking tunnel. You think of Alexander's hostile greetings when you first arrive. Is that him again? Where are you headed? The Flint leaps away from the wall. Now out of the battered suit, you saw him first. The damage to the frame is concealed beneath the overalls, but are you still aware of it, just beneath the surface? Hydro refinery, farm stocks. Same. Finus in the direction of the colony. I'll join you. You float together through the docks in the silence. The Flint makes you nervous, and the insistence on intercepting you this cycle hasn't exactly calmed that sensation. Breaking the silence eventually becomes unavoidable. So how are you doing? The Flint stares ahead, continuing the glide. Better than Carmen. The mention of Carmen's name recalls the image of him floating unconscious in the light of your work lamps in those deep and winding caves. You suppress a shudder. Flint gives you a sideways look. The mask-like face betrays no emotion. It's good you found us. They paused as you both move through the doorway. Could have been sooner. They blink, but better than nothing. Looking at Flint gives you an unsettling feeling, like chatting your own reflection in a polished hull plate. Is this what Azure feels like when they speak to you? Watching the crooked mask, the lid irises for sign of human emotion, interpreting the stuttering emulations of facial expressions as they cross your doll-like face. The Flint turns away again, and you realize that they might feel the same looking at you. Each of the other mirrors. Each reminds the others of the gaps between being and being seen. So, what happens out there? The Flint pauses. I made a mistake. One I won't make again. They frown and stares forward, offering nothing more. You arrive together at a winding entryways to the farm stocks, the gulping pulse of the irrigation pipes humming in the walls. Soft slipper. The Flint-faced girl in amusement as he uses the mononym everyone refers to you by. Oliveira asks all of those in harbors to contribute to the colony. Show me what you can do. Positive outcome. Here we go. You and Flint join the farmers in the operation bay of the stocks, listening it on the shift's opening huddle. Jobs are assigned, yells discussed, and repairs prioritize. You go to work with the others, clambering into the guts of one of the stocks to repair the irrigation pipe, then joining another team running a chemical analysis of the crop. Guided by the pulsing thump of the stocks and the systems, feeding the crops of kelp, agile, tubers, livers, and roots, you find yourself letting go of your thoughts and focusing on the job at hand. You give yourself over to the satisfaction of working alongside others in a model of a mutual support. Something makes you look to one side, a glint that catches your eye. And there's Flint, taking a rest on the oven. You see a glint again, Flint turning something over in their fingers, watching it spin, a vial of stabilizer. My last vial. The Flint speaks without taking the eye of the drug. Even through the haze of your lost memories, you can recall the fizzing, sickening pulse of the injection, the dependence you reboot freely from. Saving it for the special occasion, Flint pokes the vial and meets your eye. You don't need a stabilizer, do you? Flint moves away from the wall they were resting against. I noticed you were different from the first moment we met, but I didn't realize what it was until now. The way you work, the way you move, without dependence, I see it now. The Flint folds the arm. Tell them about reboot. We tell them about the process you and a Seraphim attempt at the dark side, the one that Lanes interrupted. They listened absent-mindedly, watching the workers instead of you. That's not all, sir, is it? The Flint spins your eye. There's something wrong with you. More than just your decaying frame. Your signal, your presence, you smell different. I'm changing. The Flint suits you up and down. I can see that, but I wonder what you are changing into. I know who I am, what I bring to this place, All of those people are at risk because of me. They look out at the workers. That means you too are a risk. A risk to your own crew, to me, and more importantly, to this place. Oliveira will welcome you just as they welcome me. The flint stretches, and it will do so in spite of itself and its own safety. I want you to know that, because they will pay the cost, this close to you, and you must know that they pay it for you. With that, Flint turns and glides away, leaving no space for a response. You watch them leave, the billowing cloak revealing and concealing the glint and ragged parts of the exposed skeleton as they go. Well, I'm worried about this crisis thing. Rising tension. Can we do something about not rising tension? Components hunt. Okay. This one is just Oliver has an open canteen where Cadence prepares the colonies produce. You tend to get served based on how well like it you are. Well, we need supplies here. Supply gathering. The Oliver colonies allow you to gather supplies, but you have to harvest, pack, and process them yourself, which can be exhausting. We're good with this, right? Okay, positive outcome, one supply. Okay, got it. Natural is just one supply. Okay, so we got on supplies here. Just need to get the fuel. Fuel extraction. Okay, we're good in fuel too. We're good in everything. The sounds of racist voices echoes through the tunnel. Following them, you find yourself at the entrance to the clinic, where Flint and Alexandra looked in a bitter argument. I won't take you out there, Flint. Sandra's pleading with the slipper. Look what happened to Carmen. They kill you. What happened to Carmen is exactly why I have to go. They will find me here, and that's when that happened. The whole colony can hear you too. Seraphine comes out of the clinic with Cadence. You trying to wake up Carmen? You see Seraphine clocks you. Standing in the passageway, your eyes meet and Seraphine looks away. Neither of you have seen each other since you brought Carmen back to the Oliveira. I'm trying to make sure what happens to Carmen doesn't happen to anyone else. The Flint folds the arm. I'm the reason he is like he is, and that means it's on me to fix it. What are you talking about? You catch Flint's off guard. The handles hadn't seen you waiting in the passageway. Essence ARP came for me. That's what happened out in the debris field. They look down. You know what that means. The Essence ARP? The company that created you. The company you escaped. The idea of them bearing down on this place sets your nerves on edge. You have long since slipped the grasp, laying disable the tracker in exchange for unwavering service. A gift that became a trap. But Flint is still on the run. And if Essence ARP attacked Carmen's ship, they can't be far away. You look at Flint and see the fear in the eyes. So Essence ARPs attacked the ship. They hunted it. The Flint was down. We thought they had abandoned the chase. Oliveira is shrouded. The Flint looks towards the center of the colony. Carmen managed to get a hold of a single shroud and set it up here. He wanted to keep everything safe. There is no way Essence ARP can track me here. Am I missing something? Seraphine interrupts. If they can't find you here, what's the problem? It's not just about tracker. That hunter found me in the debris field. They know I escaped. It's only a matter of time before this surge bring them here. The silence falls on the group, and the inevitability of the problem sets in. The Sander looks distraught. You can't, Flint, Sander says in a quiet voice. They killed you. The Seraphim glanced at you and Flint in a turn, and you see his mind working on a solution. He looks away, frowning. I'm sorry, Sander. This is how it is. The Flint looks dejected. Unless we get them first. The Seraphim smiles, an impish smile. Seraphim, what are you thinking? Cadence speaks up for the first time. We know there's a hunter out there, scoring the shoals. And we know they are looking for you, Flint. The Seraphim shrugs. That means we have the upper hand. We don't need to bring them here. We can bring them anywhere we want. The Seraphim looks around at the group. So, we get set, we prepare a little surprise, and then we wait. The Flint is already shaking his head. The hunter could arrive here at any moment. We don't have a time for this. If I had a ship, I would have left ready. Then we move you now. We take you somewhere we can prepare. And we work hard and fast to get an ambush set. When the hunters come, Seraphim grins. We spring the trap. So what kind of trap? That we still have to figure out. The Seraphim admits, but you have to admit, it's business going out to die without a plan. He shoots Flint a look. And hey, if we fail, the outcome will be the same anyway. The Flint doesn't respond immediately. You can see them thinking it through, considering the option. I'm coming. The Sander has a determined look on his face. We're doing this, and I'm coming. Look, kid, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but this is the real thing. A bounty hunter is not going to... Stop patronizing me. Sander cuts him off. I know the shoals. You need to be out there. The conversation suddenly devolves into many small arguments. The location, who should go, how to approach the ambush. The noises groan. The old sulky manufactory. The Caden's voice rises clear and precise with the noise. That's why you do it. It is on a rock far enough from here, and it's a real labyrinth. You can lead the hunters there and get them lost inside. The Caden's eyes are bright and determined. The place is full of old machines, ordnance. We've been afraid to scavenge any of it. It's so unstable. You notice Seraphim watches Cadence speak, clearly impressed by the sudden shift towards decisive action. You could bring the whole place down on the head. The Sander picks up Cadence's threat. I know the manufactory. It's a good idea. You look between those gathered, Seraphim, stubborn and protective. Cadence's sharp eye, Sander's relentless desire to get involved, and Flint, a sleeper like you. A sleeper in need of an escape. The Carman was building something here, a shrouded heaven, a place that need protecting. He may be unconscious behind those doors, floating amongst the wires and tubes of the clinic, but something of his is here, in his group, making a plan of resistance. The Flint's eyes meet yours, and you know what has to be done. The Riggs will leave Olivera this cycle. You have a huntress to drop. Well, they say this cycle. I can't do anything. Well, I can, but we do have all the supplies here. I mean, we can technically work. Actually, we can technically eat here. Be even better. Even if it's an engage, I'll get this energy back. So this is getting the scraps here. scrap component. Okay, that's pretty cool. So require 2 fuel. So we can get those scrap components. There's a guarantee outcome. And then we're out of here. Again, we don't need them, but we're doing it. So we don't have that junior guy. Right, so we always taking Eugene here. And do I take the goal, the Junie? We're going to the old Solheim factory shit. Alright. She does have some history with the Solheim. She could be useful. But maybe it's better to take the guys with some better stress or silence here. Okay, I'll take her. Yeah, look at the dice roll, that's not good. Corroded plates, twisted struts, scattered scraps. The manufacturer makes for a familiar sight. Just one more ragged artifact from the corporation that once owned the system. Despite that, something about it settles you on edge, perhaps because it's also will form the crucible for your attempts to take on as an armed hunter. The Conqueror's entire job is to bring in escaped sleepers like you, dead or alive. The rig is tucked behind a rock, running on low power with its transponder off. You hope that's enough not to draw attention. So, talk us through it. Seraphim turns back to Flint, Cadence and Sander, all of whom are crumpled into the cockpit along with your crew. We have to make this place look like a colony. That is what the hunters will expect, the Cadence suggests first, her voice quivering a little with anxiety. We can seal up some of the holes, maybe install some lighting and fake it up? Okay, Seraphim news reassuringly. That's good. What then? We force them go too deep. Sander cuts in, and everyone looks at him. He pauses, a little intimidated by the tension, but Flint nods to him to continue. I've been out there before, on a salvage run. There's an assembly line that runs through the whole place, filled with old manufacturing machines, with sealed doors, activated machines, make it a base of manufacturing, construction, arms and dead ends. Alright then. Control the road. I like it. The Seraphim smiles at Sandra. And, if we get lucky, maybe one of those old machines will do their job for us. I dub it. The thing joins in. We'll need the ordnance from the silos. Money, charges, fuel, whatever is left from when this place was shining out Solheim goods. They furrow their brow. We blow the place to make sure. A silence passes through the cockpit. The danger of what you are about to attempt drawing on everyone present. Okay, Seraphim has a dark look. That's the plan. We can detonate the ordnance with a command from the rig. A simple wideband comm signal. We'll get them. Seraphim pats Flint on the shoulder. Once they do, when they go in, the hunter isn't coming back out. He turns to you. Anything we missed? Wanted trap will be obvious. I don't think it's matter, Cadence cut in. If they know Flint in there, the hunter will take the risk, right? Right, Seraphim confirms grimly. How long do you think we have? There's a lot of factory down there. The hunter got me and a craftsman fast. Flint looks out at the cockpit. No more than 3 cycles. When the hunters came for us, the Flint grimaces, remembering the attack on Karma's ship. They came out of nowhere, hit us hard and fast. If it wasn't for Carmen. We need to be ready for anything. Flynn looks at you. There won't be a warning. The staff from science. Nice pep talk. Flint, you better find somewhere deep in that place, down the bedrock. But make sure it has a back door, okay? He notes at the slipper. The rest of us will get to work. Alright, you heard, Flint? We do this and we do it right. We make our stand on this rock. Let's not waste a moment here. So we have 3 cycles, you said, to do what we must do. Okay, there you go. Hunter's arrival. The hunters is surely coming in the Flint signal. In a few cycles they will be here, and you must be ready to face them. A 3-part plan. To be sure you can face the hunter, all 3 parts of the plan must be ready by the time they arrive. Okay, that's more pressing, so storage. A 3-part of plan execution. It's all a dangerous job. Like, I maybe should not take the Junie on a job, right? I maybe should have not. Prime explosives. There's a few things more dangerous than rigging up expiring mines charges and fuel tanks. Carefully does it. Gas ordnance, miners, explosives, emergency breaches, charge. There's a lot of old ordnance down here. If it can be gathered and identified. So we can work with him 50-50 over there. Assembly line. Again, there's no job for her, okay, except this one. Danger. Hack machines. One way to drive the hunter deep into the factory will be to activate the old factory machines, closing off roads and presenting a deadly threat. Okay, it's all dangerous, except this, the risky one, this gas exterior. So the Solheim manufacturer is in ruin. To convince the hunter, you need and lights, paints, signs, all the signatures of a working colony. Oh, steel exterior. The shell of the manufacturer is full of holes. To make it look like a colony, it's need to seal it up and fast. Okay, so we can try to run with one here. Try to dispose of this one roll. Negative outcome. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. Shall I tell you that's fine? This is not fine. 2 negatives, this is not fucking fine. So we can push him over here and do the positive, guarantee positive. But now we have 1 stress here, right? We did remove that stress with the... Yeah, so like 1 negative, 2 negatives was okay, but that's not good. Basically what I'm saying. She can work on this. Danger. Pretty positive. Natural outcome plus plus. Okay, I do the positive outcome. It's more like it. It's more like it. Can't really do much with this. Well, our dice health is more okay, so like we're not gonna die from 1 stress hitting us, and maybe like next turn we can fix the stress here. Natural negative. So I'm more worried about this one. Do I do it 50-50? I can get another stress here. I got another stress. Wonderful. Wonderful, dude. Now we're in more danger. But we've done maximum we can do. Okay, I did broke one of here. And it's one. It's fucking one, dude. So I can like remove my stress with this. There's a guarantee outcome here. So we need to run this one with a guarantee outcome too. Can push, make it 3, but yeah. If this was 2, I can maybe work with this. But 1 is not good. Okay, still have chance. Natural ++, minus stress. So one more will be done here. Have a look at this over here. Not very good. I think we just take the risk here, alright? Because natural outcome is still okay for me. Okay, natural outcome. Okay, well, stress, we're good here. This one we almost finished, but we can use her next, right? So we're good here. We just put this one to use. Okay, positive ++. And we pass in here. Okay, 2 stress. Nothing I can do with this. Okay, well, they just went and broke the die right away. Clown Fiesta. Yeah. Clown Fiesta. So one thing I can do, I can try to dispose of this die here. Alright. They shall then we push in again. And this is guarantee roll here. So it's like at least it's removing 1, you know, perma stress, 2 perma stress. You still have stress. Breaking the die here is so bad. It's so bad. It's good to damage this one, for example, or something. But not breaking this like this, like it did. Okay, so she's gonna be guarantee this one. Okay, one part of the plan done. You float for a moment, observing the chaos of the old assembly line. The scales of the structure, the numbers of the machines, the arms and the fabricators, the welders and the bolters, the US industry are on a scale that you have never witnessed. The Helion system, a system that now subsides on the leftovers of its failed corporate owners, was once filled with the manufacturers like this, sharing out components and technologies, machines and resources for extracting the valuable materials and minerals that Solheim existed to amass. If someone was able to rebuild one of those places, put it back into operation, imagine what could be fed into the belt, what changes could come for these people. Yet, no one will undertake such a task because this place is haunted by the specter of the Solheim, an entity that every being in this system can trace the origin back to, an entity that turned the entire system into a manufactory, a machine for accumulation, and that did not distinguish between human and machines as it did. You look at the broken machines, worn down and rusted, crippled and bent. Some of them have been put back into use this past cycle as part of the plan, and those jerks are turned randomly, blindly grouping for components that will never be fed to them. None of them are sentient machines like you, and so they cannot feel or think, and yet you cannot decide if you cannot decide it for them to persist is the kind of cruelty that radiates for the system that created them, or the indication of a new life, one that grants them a new function, new meaning, and the possibility of something more. Creepy, right? A Sander floats beside you, his voice hissing through the coarse range combs. Maybe the hunters will get spooked by those twitching arms. He imitates the scattered movements of the Vector machines. It's more sad than creepy. The Sander shrugs. If you say so. So, Sander gives you a look. How come this hunter isn't chasing you? My tracker's deactivated. Huh? Sander shot you a look. Lucky you. Who did this? My captor. Sander goes quiet. I see. I can deactivate flints. Sure, Sander looks down. But you know, maybe once we are done here, he means you eyed. They need your help. The Sander looks out at the assembly of line and sight. I like Flint. I'm happy to do this for them. He turns back to you. And I want to like you too. So don't mess this up, alright? Sander gives you a hard look. Don't let Flint down. Sander kicks off and glides towards the exit, without waiting for a response. You watch him go for a moment, before turning away. There is still so much to do. So we can do this one for him. I cannot push here. This is a little bit complicated, is it? Do we have like one more cycle, or are we done here? This was on the second cycle. So we should have one more. Okay, so this should shut this one up. Dude, if only I have like one more die here. Like, literally one more. Go easy with that. The Flint voice rumbled over a local comms as to secure the final piece of the ordnance. You turn to see them floating backlit in the entrance to the bay. One of many that you have rigged with the ordnance deep in the manufactory. Down here, dust and flecks of rust float through the beams of your lights, and the walls are bent and buckled. They spend the past cycle here, picking up a spot to drop the hunters down to. Once they should be able to slip out of where the hunters find their way in. It's a long time to be down in the dark tunnels, waiting. Looks like we are just about done. The voice is flat, the tone's pragmatic. Are you okay? The Flint nods. Eager to be done with this. They look over at the shoulder. However, it spaces out. The Flint glides into the bay slowly. There is something I need to tell you. Something I think you understand. What we are doing out here is not about saving me, it's about Olivera. You struggle to see Flint's face with the lights behind them. I should be on the ship out there, leading these hunters away, but they won't let me do that. They shake their head in frustration, and even if they would, they cannot spare the ship. No aftercarmers got shot up. That was my mistake. I never should have let him persuade me to come with him to that supply run. The Flint looks down. What's done is done. What's matter now? What I need from you is a promise. The flint's bright iris flash. That you bring this place down with me in it. If it means stopping the hunter. I promise. The flint nods. You'll understand. You know as well as I that those who get close to us are at risk. That we are sleepers. Have to recognize what we opened the door to. Karma's is my fault. I won't be Oliver's downfall too. With that, they turns to leave you in the dark. Maybe I should say no. Maybe I should say no. Yeah, you know, Chad, that was a mistake. I already said that a mistake. So he settled in trapping the hunter with himself. It's ain't no good. I mean, this is like 50% natural. I don't think we can do this one. So can we wait one more turn? Are we good? Maybe not a good shot. Wake up, sleeper. Seraphim is in the bank. We got incoming. You shake off the haze of forgotten dreams and gets up. In a moment of the haze, in the moments you are in the cockpit, Sand, the cadence, and the Seraphim all gathered around the console. Dude, like we didn't prepare the fucking plan. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I should have risked it with it 50-50%. I should have risked it 50-50. Fuck. I thought we have like one more turn. But he appeared exactly on the third cycle. Not on the fourth cycle, but on the third one. On it, the local view shows nothing. Not a single ship signal, and a few objects beyond a scattering of debris. It was right here, I swear it. The Seraphim jumps at the screen. A ship small, but definitely a ship. Seraphim, Cadence sighs. We've all been up in a while. Get some rest. I know what I saw. He catches your eye. You look at the screen. Is Grinder's view showing the scattered signature of debris, like schools of fish drifting in a soft current. The manufactory is a noisy bulb at the center of the cycle. One that dissolves into the background and its ages. Nothing. And then there it is, a flicker, a flash, a spark of moments and a light among one of the debris clouds. It flares and then it's gone again. You look up at the Seraphim amidst your eyes. He reads your expression immediately. The Seraphim slams a hand down on the console, opening up the comms channel. Look alive, Flint! They're coming in. Go deep and be ready to run. He pulls his hands on the switch. We better hope they hear this. Then you see it through the cockpit glass. The flare of engine, faint and masked, but driving a squat. Dark ship out of the debris. The Hunter. The ship seems to idle a little near the manufacturer's asteroid, drifting past the rusted-up shell of the old factory. We didn't have enough time. The Cadence nervously claps her hands together. The Hunter isn't going on to buy it. You look out at the ship, and it does seem to be hesitating, keeping to the edge of the asteroid radius, not wanting to approach the docks. If this place took abandon it, the Hunter might just starve the whole facility. The Seraphim swallow hard, waiting for them to dock, to come inside. You stare at the dark ship, willing it to move closer. Come on! Dude, like, I should have gone and risked it 50-50%. There's nothing, like, if it didn't, like, well, the Judy would be out of the run. Or if you only had like one more die over here. Well, fuck. Then you hear it. A cracking through a wide bent comes. Flint here. I'm near the deepest point of the facility. There's some serious ordnance down here. Should I go deeper? He's baiting the Hunter. The Seraphim doesn't take his eye off the ship. The reaction is immediate. The dark ship shifts to the far side of the manufacturing. It disappears out of view, descending through the framework of the facility's shell. Shit! They entered it at the site. We won't be able to track them. The Seraphim punches the console in frustration. I hooked up some basic monitoring devices in assembly line. The sender calls over from another console. A few shitty cameras repurposed from the factory monitoring system. Not much, but hopefully enough to tell where they are. The cadence Seraphim and you crowd around the screen. The sender flicks between noisy, black and white images and feeds of static. You squint to the fizzling dark, trying to peek out any details. Then suddenly, you see them. A shadow drifting beneath a flickering light. Dark clad in military gear. A long gun head ready at the shoulder. Deathly pale skin, and in the eyes gleaming through the faceplate. Rowing irises. Dude, this is a sleeper too. Who the hell is that? The Seraphim pulls back from the screen. They look like a sleeper. Sandy finishes Seraphim's sentence. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame of Sanders flicks. The figure disappears outside the margins of the frame, and Sanders flicks through the feet. Where did they go? You drift back from the screen, trying to think straight. The hunter is a sleeper, or something else. You replay the image of the figure in your mind, but it has already shifted in from your memory. It is your face staring back. It's Flint's. It's the sleeper's mask of death. Sleeper! The Seraphim grabs you by both shoulders and looks at your eye. We need to focus. We should get down there. Sander's eyes are wide. This changed things. Sander's right. Sander nods at you and then is gone, kicking hard on the cockpit and hitting a cockpit wall and heading onto the ship towards the airlock. He's so gonna die here. He's so gonna die. Mary's raiding with party of 13. Welcome, guys. Well, it's not a usual stream we're doing. It's a visual novel stream, so it's a lot of reading, like basically a lot of reading, and a lot of well, risk management here.
Oster 2 greetings.
And we just on a mission and we made a big mistake, right? We already like lose one die out of 5, and we're probably gonna lose some crew member here. Perma deaths. It's hardest difficulty. The Seraphim gives you a hard look. You better hope nothing happened to that kid. He shuts off the console. Let's get after him. Go! Cadence looks between you and Seraphim with a steer expression. I'll stay here. She glanced nervously at the console. Give me the signal and I'll send the detonation signal. She swallowed hard. If it works. The Seraphim looks torn for a moment and then nods. Let's go. You rush down to the airlock and suit is up, and then you are out, descending as through the rocks stirred as void in dense silence. You enter the manufactory through the gaps in the frame, passing through the layers of twisted facilities, into the deep parts where you know the flints wait in the dark. You say nothing to each other, afraid the comms will be intercepted. You lead Seraphim on, seeking the deep bay under the silos. Whenever the ordnance waits for its detonation signal. If you can grab Sander, grab Flint, then clear the facility. This can all still work. The Seraphim hands falls on your shoulders, pulling you back. You got to speak and then you see it. A torch beam lances through the dark. A shadow drifting beneath the flickering light. The dark clad in military gear. A long gun held ready in the shoulder. Deathly pale skin. And in the eyes, gleaming through the faceplate, glowing irises. The hunter. With eyes like you, like Flint. The hunter is a sleeper. Below you, they push through the dark and broken layers of the facility, seeking Flint. And where is Sander? The Seraphim and you exchange wide-eyed glances in silence. The hunter passes below, disappearing into the dark passage. You wait together, the moment stretching out, then descends down into the same passage. The silence is absolute. Suddenly, when it's a flash of light ahead, bright and forceful, and a rumble that shakes a rust flakes from the walls. You and Seraphim push off hard, gliding into the dark, desperate and afraid. You come into the low bay, scattering over the glowing embers. Scorched holes in the walls spew drops of red hot metal, where the weapons has been discharged. The Huntress floats in the center, taking aim again, and you see a flicker of movements on the far side. Flint retreating. Before you can act, a slight figure in a suit slams into the back of the Hunter, Sander, and he hits. The Hunter gun spins off in the hands. Grab the gun. Well, we have 50-50%. Let's go. Minus stress, okay. Okay. Well, minus stress is good, but I mean, we're already like... You kick off away from Sander and the Hunters as they grapple together, spinning in the dark towards the deep shaft at the far side of the bay. You spot the shape of the long gun as it spins ahead of you. As you reach it, you heard locking around. As you reach it, you hand locking around the sculptured grip. You spin and rise it. You take a moment to steady your aim. The scorching shot grazes the side of the Hunter's suits in a fury of sparks. They are stormed away from Sander, unable to find anything to slowly glide. The Huntress disappears into the dark of the shaft, leaving a trail of embers in the dark. You see fear in Sander's eyes as he turns back to you. The muzzle of the gun smokes, glowing red. It is spent. I've got Flint. The Seraphim calls over the comms. We ascend it now. You took across the two of them, kicking off from the floor of the bay towards the ragged holes in the ceiling. You and Sander exchange a single glance, then follow. Guidance. Seraphim and the white band. Detonate this place now. Send the command. There's silence. You ascend through it, through the layers of the manufactory, seeking in open a void of space beyond. You clear the manufactory, gliding into the open space. A silent shockwave, like a gust of wind, runs through the void. The silence rumbles, spits out of scatters of debris. You turn back, still gliding towards the ship, and see the shattered manufactory. Whole sections are bending outward, the framework shredded, painting trembling away in shards. You look across the Seraphim and Flint, the eyes set on the ship, trying only to stay ahead of the debris. You do the same, fixing your attention on the rigs and nothing else. The Hunter is dead. Dude, like, so we done the job even despite we actually butchered it. Despite we didn't prepare the fullest to the plan. Okay, okay. Well, that's surprising. Alright. So the game is about risk management. You have 5 dice here, right? If you broke all of them, you're dead. But it can happen on the mission. However, the broken die can be repaired, right? So as long as you left the mission with at least 1 die that not completely destroyed, you can back on the station and repair all of them. It requires a lot of resources to do so, but you can do that. We did broke like 1 dice here and didn't complete the mission preparation. Still managed despite of that, because we have some points into my skills that actually was... If that was engaged skill we would work with, I would definitely fail there. So we're good. Anyway. The free Flint. Deal with the Hunter, that's a mineral sink. So we can go back. You lean back to the Oliveira. The mood is the reek of one of a deep exhaustion. But as the colony appears visible from the cockpit, the satisfaction of having run a terrifying gauntlet and come back in one piece shifts the mood. The crew's improved mood only becomes more obvious as you draw closer to Oliveira, and you come in to dock with the colony, he feels a wave of relief. The Seraphim pats you on the shoulders as you both wait in the airlock to open. That hunter, he signs, Essence Up is crueler than I could have imagined. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. So we are, as a protagonist, we are a robot. We just have human intelligence. So basically they took the copy, the human mind, and put that in a robotic body. Alright? That's what we are. It's like the story here reminded me a lot of a Soma game, right? But in space. They have the same kind of precursor. Well, except there's like a lot of other survivors around you. It's a nasty logic. Send a sleeper to catch a sleeper. The Seraphim shakes his head. I'm glad we both flew some freedom. The airlock is open, revealing the docking breach where Alexander first confounded you. This time another, more substantial figure waits in the passage. I heard you are the ones I should be thanked for saving my life. The Carman leans against the side of a tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist.
Kappa slash.
Subnurse.
Greetings.
Welcome, Master Hordes, greetings.
Oster 2 greetings.
We're close to finishing the whole story here, I mean, a while. Well, maybe not today, because my throat already like hurting reading all of this. But close enough. So the Carman leans against the side of the tunnel, one arm clamped against his waist. So, thank you. He nods at the two of you. Well, good to see you up.
Finally pulled me off of Balatro.
For how long? For how long, mate? Yeah, we do need to check the game. Yeah, and we technically have like quite a few, like whole 2 weeks until the Evolve come in. So
One
like
of the best deck building roguelikes I've ever played.
Well,
it's so damn good.
It's good, yeah. So that I hear it. Right, so I don't have like, you know, the basis to compare. I mean, I do have the Slay the Spire, right? I played so much of Slay the Spire and do like the game, but like, I mean, it's a poker, right? So it's like a little bit different from like what we do in a Slay the Spire. So I know you played the Slay the Spire, Master Holtz. Yeah, I think we talked about this. Like, you didn't play it that much, at least when we talked. So how do you compare it, those two games to each other? Meanwhile, back to the dialogues here. Just about. Ostra, I'm told I shouldn't be. He smiles slyly. Carman! The cadence rushed past the two of you, gliding into the Carman's with embrace strong enough to leave the injured man off balance. Alright, careful.
Oh, there's no combat.
You don't want to pull me back in the mad bay, now do you? The Carman pushed Candace back with a gentle grip of her shoulders. He flinches as he does. He jokes, clearly holding the truce. Okay, so there's no combat. But there's also risk management involved, right? Like we're talking about Slay the Spire. Despite the combat and all of that, there's a lot of calculation to do about the deck, about like risk management itself. Is the same for the Bellatra? What's the end game for it? What's the purpose of like building your deck? What are you doing with the deck? Sorry, Cadence smiles. Just glad to see you up. A frown crossed Carmen's face. Where's Sander? You lose in your vision, old man. You look back to Sixandra and Flynn behind you in the tunnel. The Sander smiles wildly at Carmen, betraying his happiness to see them.
Game yet.
Oh, so there's the end game too, huh? Interesting. I'll be just fine, son. The Carmel's words are confident, but his tone suggests he isn't convinced. You notice his hands are tightly baled into a fist, as if resting in pain. and wonder if he should really be up and all. Carmen turns to look at you and Seraphim. I think we need to talk. How about you two and Flint accompany me to the med bay? The Carmen winks. The Flint pushes past you above and goes to the Carmen, helping him out of the tunnel. As he does, they exchange a few words, but you are too far away to make them out.
With jokers, you can get crazy points. I've gotten 10k points with one hand.
So what are you doing with the points after that? Like, it's progressing you towards the end game, right? If I understand correctly. So you like need to gather some points into that. Oh, is this like some kind of ladder? You and Seraphim exchange glances and follow behind them into Olivera. The Carmen leads you. Okay, minor job done, plus 2 points. Now we just need to do this major and get hold points here. So Carmen leads you to a small recovery chamber in the med bay, where his bed is set up. A handful of tubes.
Yes, it's a ladder that gets progressively bigger.
Oh, okay. That makes sense then, right? So like yeah. That was asking before, right? How does it compare like to that, say, the Spire system? I see. Okay, that makes sense. Not combat, but the ladder with the points. A handful of tubes and wires float gently beside it, attached to a box of devices. Have you saw any gameplay of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Like, literally haven't had time myself to check out, but I read a couple of reviews today before the stream saying it's like really good and a big improvement over first game and a very polished game. That's what I heard. So I wonder. The price is like astronomical here.
It looks interesting.
Nice. The Flint has already left the group, leaving just you and Seraphim with Olivera's injured founder. Carmen meets your eyes with a hard look. So, how did you two end up stumbling onto our colony out in the shoals? He raised an eyebrow, because we're not usually open to visitors. Akihita sends us to you. You see a flicker of recognition in Carmen's eyes when you mention Akihita. So I called her Akihita, but she's actually Ankita.
I heard one of the game mechanics is if you don't bathe, enemies will literally sniff you out. LUL.
Oh wow, that's cool. That's actually cool. Yeah, so I heard like the people saying it's Green D. The game could be Green D. That's literally one of the streamers put in his Twitter message that I was like following. And well, that's not always a bad thing. If it's green, did mean like, you know, you need to be prepared for the combat. But that's cool. What about lockpicks? Anything you can tell me about that? I know that you have the point with the first game about lockpicking. You produced the subnet drive, holding it out for Carmen to inspect. She told Sleeper to deliver this to you, and you alone. Seraphim pulls his arm.
I haven't seen it.
Okay, gotcha. Well, hopefully it's better than the first game, like we mentioned. People didn't saw people complaining about this so far, at least. The Carmen pauses thoughtfully. That's a name I have not heard for a while. He takes the drive. It seems I should thank you again, he signs. And perhaps I owe you some explanation myself. Ankita and I used to work together, a lifetime ago. The Carmen shook his head. We went our separate ways, but then she turned back up in Olivera. I established this colony as a refuge, a way of starting again. The Carmen clasps his hands together. The belt is changing, and I'm afraid of what is coming. Ankita took a refuge here for a short while, and then one cycle she was gone. Carmen shrugs. That's not unusual for her. Each of us has our own demons. He holds up one drive. I will take a look at that wasn't here, but I am able. He looks at the drive with concern, and I will let you know what I find. You and Seraphim thanks him and leave the chamber, and he settles back on his recovery bed. As you leave, Flint catches your attention. Can you speak? The Seraphim pauses. I'll catch you back on the rig. He looks between you two, and then glides away. The Flint hovers, a look of concern on his mask-like face. What do you need? The Flints give you a curious look. You don't remember any of it, do you? Any of what? Of how you got here? Of your history? The Flint screws up the face in a pained expression. At first, I thought you were hiding something, or you were intentionally avoiding the subject. So I waited, but I understand it now. You don't remember me at all. You take a moment to think, to try to recall Flint. Before you brawl in frustrations, shifting through the hazy memories of the dark side, and farther back of your arrival to the belt. You should close your eyes and see the faces of other sleepers, panicked, desperate, in darkness. I don't remember. We worked together in the same SNR mining installation, along with the other sleepers. He reaches your eyes for a spark of recognition. We weren't close. I'm not sure we really spoke. Very few of us did. But I was there when we planned the escape together. The run to the freighters. Collapsing the mine shaft. The Flint stops, struggling to continue in the face of the blank look you are giving them. You feel an unpleasant itch, as if something is crawling around inside of your skull. You can see that Flint wants you to recall them, to recall the escape, the installation, but you'd find only hazy sensation. And beneath them, pain. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. The Flints look down. I know you can't help it. I just needed to say something, to know if you really don't remember. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and for Olivera. The Flint turns and drifts away dejectedly, unable to continue. As you watch Flint go, you scratch the side of your hand, trying to find something in the way they move, the way they speak, the way they mask-like face, a face that was identical to yours when it was first cast, but that, over cycle after cycle of wear and damage, has been transformed. Two machines, so close in form and function, estranged by the experience. So we have 2 cycles here until this carbon gonna get some analysis done. We need to repair my die. The first thing that we need to do is repair the die. Alright, I'm gonna be using this engine rare components to do that, so this is giving me less glitches for my die. Okay, it's got like 1 glitch only. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. So glitches is the die that can give you 80% negative outcome whenever you roll for this. Need to refuel and resupply. Refuel, resupply. But we don't have a good way to do it. 1 supply. Yeah, I think we should rest in here. Okay, here we go, here we go. Thanks for coming, Slipper. Carmen's waiting for you, and Seraphim where you arrive at the med bay, looking a little fresher. He leads you into a small alcove set up like an office, with an ancient terminal on the simple welded desk and a small window looking out across the dusty rock of Olivera. Got some news for us? Seraphim asks impatiently. Since you arrived back from the manufactory, he has been restless, so you aren't sure why. Not to worry, Carmen grins slyly. I think you want to hear this. He hits a key on the terminal, and a files browser appears on the screen. showing hundreds of individual pieces of data. Ankita has been busy. Carmen gestured at the screen. She's been scrapping out super communications, cycles after cycles, got access to ciphers and encryption that only the gun's leaders should be able to see. He smiles. It seems she's learned some tricks since we worked together. But that's not what matters. What matters is the content of those messages. He taps a few keys and loads some of the data, which scrolls down the screen. Some parts of Otsubo leadership have been getting ideas. Ideas about taking Greenbelt and controlling the food production in the belt. About exerting power over a wellspring. Big ideas for a gang. But those Otsubo members aren't alone. They found themselves a powerful ally. The chairman shakes his head. Senate Start. Senate Start. One of two corporations fighting a bitter battle for control of the inner system. A pernicious force. One that Utsubu's opening a door for in the belt. You can't be serious. The Seraphim gets in. They can't be that stupid. Yeah, I mean, and Senate Start is the one who producing the sleepers too, the robots. I don't know what to tell you. At least someone inside Utsubo is trying to broker a partnership. Who? Seraphim leans over to look at the screen. You don't need Carmen's answer, and neither does Seraphim. Lane. Seraphim looks at you, shaking his head. It has to be Lane. The Carmels look between you and both. Seems like you already know something I don't. Lane is a piece of shit super leader who thinks his own sauce. The Seraphim shakes his head. Exactly the kind of piece of shit arrogant enough to try to manipulate the Senate Start. The Carmel nods thoughtfully. My condolences. I'm starting to see how we crossed paths with Ankita. So why is Ankita telling you this? Like I said, Ankita and I work together. To put it simply, we run the same mercenary outfit. The Carmen looks away. A lot has happened since then, but this message, this data, is her calling in a favor.
BST viewers on at J1D54KKG.
I turned it off microphone. I was saying, oh my god, Christina, she's read something she's not supposed to. Banned. Like I said, continue. I owned her, that's for sure. Carmen shakes his head and pushes himself off from the desk, crossing the room to look out of the window at Oliveira's pale and airless surface. Hell, after what went down, I own you both too. You look at Carmen, staring out of the surface of this hostile rock, and wondering what he sees out there. He establishes the colony as a fallback, a retreat, not just for him, for others too, but you get the feeling that Carmen knows any retreat is only even temporary. He turns back to you to look at you. And you, Sleeper, what will you do? We will take on Utsubo. Take on a gang? Carmen smiles. Are you sure about that? We're going to end Lane, whatever it takes. The Seraphim stares down Carmen. Fist belt. Bolt. The Carmen look at you. This one is going to get you in trouble, he turns to Seraphim, but I like the energy. He looks back out in the window. This is not something we are going to take head on. He shakes his head. Ankita sent us our weapon. The Carmen turns and gestures at the console screen, which is realms of incriminating data. Utsubo don't control all of the dark side. They only aspire to. They also claim to offer protection from the war between Senate Start and Conway. That presents us with an opportunity. Utsubo is full of members who rather die than concede dark side to the corporate interest. We play this right, the super will end lane for us. He smiled at Seraphim. To use your phrase. So how do we do it? We can handle it. We cracked the dark side once, we can do it again. The Seraphim confidence is infectious. Is that right? The cameraman seems to be synced in Sampin's room. He crosses to the console, back to the window, and then to the console once more. Alright, I'm going to need some time, but I can put this together. The cameraman nods at Seraphim. We'll need that energy, but you also need to be ready. We rush this, it's not ending well, so I can wait. The cameraman turns his attention to you. We'll go for the green belt when you are ready. I have friends there who can help get the ship of yours to the dark side. The Seraphim looks at you. We have our own preparation to make, but we'll be ready. Alright. Carmen unplugs Anahita's drive and hands it to you. Take this and get it out of here. I don't want anyone finding these things in my possession. You take it. The tiny drives somehow heavily now that you know it's contains the key to the exposed lane. Thank you. I'll see you in the witch shifts. The Carmen smiles to himself. They know me there. Just understand something. The Carmen's expression turns seriously. You want my help on this? There's no way we can let it get back to the colony. Once you leave here, you're not coming back to Olivera. Not until we are done. He meets your eye. He needs confirmation that you recognize the importance of this. I understand. The Carmen nods. Then you can go. He returns to the window to stare at whatever he sees out there, among the dusty rocks. Okay, when you come... Okay, +2 skill points. Nice, nice, nice. So we can level up now. We can level up this thing. When you come back to the rig, Flint is waiting for you. Leaning by the docking tunnels with the bag over his shoulders. They look up as you approach. Hey, Flint knows greeting, appearing like an insurer. Hey? I know you've already done a lot for me, so I'm not going to push you, or asking for your pity. They pauses. I feel like they have been preparing this speech. Firstly, I owed you, and I want to pay you back. I can work and I can fight, and I will protect this ship and this crew with everything I have. Secondly, we come from the same place, and whenever you remember it or not, that means something. I must. It must. I know I'm not the easiest to get on with. I know you might have your reservation about having another sleeper on the ship, but... Let them finish. I'm eager, I'm ready. I want to move and I want to show my value. They pauses. And, well, yeah, I think that's it. You look at Flint. They frame so much more damage than yours, but with the fire burning in the eyes that makes them seem bigger than they are. Welcome aboard. A smile spread across Flint's face, and they look down to hide it. Thank you. They say to the floor. This work out. You'll see. The Flint nods to you once more, then turns and glides down the docking tunnels towards the ship. As they do, the two figures at the edge of the docking concourse catch your eye. You pause to look, shifting a little, and as you do, you recognize Cadence leaning in. Some words are exchanged, once you can only guess at, and then the other figure embraces Cadence and turns back to the ship. As Seraphim approaches, he ducks his head, passing quietly past you into the docking tunnels without a word. So he found himself a girlfriend. What a devil. You take one last look out of the docks, but Cadence is gone. You idle a moment longer, and feel that there is something, some presence, even in this empty base. Something rare in all the belts that Olivera has captured. But as within all things, you must learn to leave it behind. New ship crew available, so Flint is a mechanic Recruit Flint to your crew. Achievement unlocked. Okay. Well, we're getting more crew members. So we did repair the dice, but we need to refuel and resupply here. Let's try to start supplying. Okay, good. Yeah, okay, supplies back. Refueling. That's a component hunt. Is refueling over here. Fuel extraction. Okay, should be good. 100%. Okay, we're good on fuel. So we investigate hex support and overthrow the lane. I mean, we need to investigate the hex support, but if we can't get there, I feel like we missed my chance because we didn't take the cadet on a mission last time I've been there. Overthrow the lane. So complete the diagnose your frame. Wait for the Karaman's message. Or do we need to go to here? So the green belt. There is no weight indicators here, so we need to go to the green belt. Alright, we got to fly here. But before that, let's see what we can do with this. I'm gonna put this pointer into input. Just gonna do it in input over here. So we only have interface at like in the points. There's also the push ability, but we're already good with this, more or less. So we don't really need to do anything over here except like refuel again. We have enough cash for that. We do have some work we can get extra cash from. Right, like not really needed. Jump into the green belt here. So we did complete this frame, right? Wait for the message. Wait for the message here. Get back to the dark side. Again, we can get to the dark side. Because we need this spoof transponder required. Do you think we can get this any transponder somewhere, like there, somewhere? No idea. Probably just need to wait. But my throat is so hurting right now from all this reading. So, and I imagine there's around maybe 2 hours more of the, at least 2 hours more for the story to finish, right? So like, we basically need to infiltrate the base here and fight the guy. That's what left. There's also another like story about like why a hex support did explode, what caused it, alright? And I have really creeping suspicions that we were at fault. The virus that we slip into the hex support, it was the one that downed the station in. Well, not exactly a virus. There was that the robotic scum they were researching there with the nuke on board, and because we put the virus on, all of this firewall that was protecting the boat from exploding, that melted, and it's just like a nuke itself, self-destruct. Anyway, guys, gonna be taking a pause. We didn't have, like, yesterday we didn't have the evening stream. I had the guests here entertaining, and there was also stuff like going on. So hopefully we're gonna have a evening stream today. Big thanks to Mystic Mary for the raid again. Thank you guys, thank you raiders, thank you for staying, thank you for watching this. It's a kind of a little bit different game that I'm usually playing, so I appreciate you all staying. I appreciated Mary again for shooting me out for the raid in here. I'm gonna finish it tomorrow. For now, take care of yourself, stay safe whatever you're doing, have fun with it, and